Καλημέρα σε όλους και σε όλες. Σήμερα η ιστιοπλοϊκή οικογένεια αισθάνεται πιο φτωχή. Και αισθάνεται πιο φτωχή γιατί έφυγε από κοντά μας για το τελευταίο του ταξίδι ένα από τα πιο διακεκριμένα μέλη της. Ο Χρυσός Ολυμπιονίκης του 1960, ο Ολυμπιονίκης της Ρώμης, έφυγε για το τελευταίο του ταξίδι, αλλά η παρουσία του θα μείνει πάντοτε χαραγμένη στο χώρο μας. Και θα παραμείνει όχι μόνο η παρουσία του η φυσική μέχρι τώρα, αλλά θα παραμείνει και στο διηνεκές, θα παραμείνουν και στο διηνεκές οι αξίες του. Είμαι βέβαιος ότι ο Νηρέας θα τον οδηγήσει και πάλι με ασφάλεια στην τελευταία του κατοικία και η πειραϊκή γη θα είναι το ίδιο ευγενής μαζί του όσο ευγενής υπήρξε και αυτός προς όλους. Φίλε, παιδιά μου, γιατί είστε παιδιά μου περισσότεροι, η Ιστιοπλοϊκή Ομοσπονδία στην προσπάθειά της να αξιοποιήσετε και να αξιοποιήσουμε όσο το δυνατόν καλύτερα αυτή την αγωνιστική αναγκαστική απραξία που είχαμε εδώ και 1,5 μήνα, είχε διάφορες ιδέες. Τελικά υιοθέτησε μία ιδέα του Λάκη Παπαθανασίου, ο οποίος ανέλαβε και την εκτελεί και την εκτέλεσή της, εξ ολοκλήρου σχεδόν, για τη δημιουργία αυτού του σεμιναρίου. Αυτό ξεκίνησε διότι σε πάρα πολλούς αγώνες είχαμε χαμένες ευκαιρίες, διότι δεν ήμασταν όσο καλοί θα έπρεπε στο θέμα των ενστάσεων. Αυτό το κενό λοιπόν και θα προσπαθήσουμε να το λύσουμε με αυτό το σεμινάριο. Όχι μόνο για τους Ολυμπιακούς αγώνες, αλλά για όλους τους αγώνες που έχουμε και θα έχουμε μπροστά μας. Θέλω να πιστεύω ότι αυτό το σεμινάριο, του οποίου τη δυνατότητα μας την έδωσε για να πραγματοποιηθεί ο άρτιος εξοπλισμός, τεχνολογικός εξοπλισμός της Ομοσπονδίας, απόρρια και πρίκα των μεγάλων αγώνων που διοργανώσαμε, οι οποίοι δεν μας έδωσαν μόνο εμπειρία στην εξαγωγή των αγώνων στη θάλασσα, μας έδωσε και αυτή τη φοβερή εμπειρία της αναμετάδοσης των αγώνων. Αυτή λοιπόν η εμπειρία που αποκτήσαμε ήταν αυτή που μας έδωσε τη δυνατότητα να πραγματοποιήσουμε αυτό το σεμινάριο. Θέλω να πιστεύω, όπως είπα και πριν, ότι θα φανεί χρήσιμο σε όλους σας για τη μελλοντική σας εξέλιξη και για τους μελλοντικούς σας αγώνες. Εύχομαι σε όλους να έχουμε πάνω απ' όλα και να έχετε πάνω απ' όλα την υγεία σας, να συνεχίσετε με την ίδια δύναμη την προσπάθειά σας και επιτυχίες σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ.
Good morning again. Today, I think we will start. We left yesterday. It is about Rule 42, and it's about interpretation. So, as I started, I hope that you were not too scared about the film yesterday you received for the exercise when the big collision happened. About the exercise you've received a letter yesterday about, we will address later when we're gonna talk about validity of the protest. For now, we will start with, of course, you are welcome to ask questions anytime in chat, but also you can intervene voice-wise if you like when we are passing through the documents of this morning. So, what I have to say about 42 rule, we will merge the Appendix P together with the talks about Rule 42 this morning. On our list, there is an interpretations and Rule 42. On the World Sailing website, we, I believe, have quite a nice service, which is, just let me type in. Okay. If we go to our World Sailing website And if we click on technical, then we can find various things that are interest sailors as well. But particularly Rule 42 has a place under race officials here. And with all its various aspects. So if we click on that, then we have various topics. For example, something that I recommend very much, and probably you are aware of it already, but it's worth mentioning that all these classes here actually have something interesting. We have lasers here, for example. And those documents are, unfortunately, it's not in Greek, but it is in English. So, for example, common breaches. So this is quite a good document, and to see through what is specifically interested and what are the common breaches in laser, for example. This is also available for other classes like 470. Click on common breaches, and then you have listed various aspects of 42 for the specific class. This is usual document that judges would review before they start events with concerned classes. They are coming on board together with the same approach, how to judge the 42 on a particular event. So listed classes here are 420 Elliott, Optimist. Let's go Optimist a bit to see. What I want to underline is judges, but not only, it is also sailors. So the sailors and judges have a common view on the problem on the Rule 42 afloat. So sculling is an interesting topic for the optists. Optists have a sculling issues at the start, perhaps, and then it's advised what are the permitted actions, what are prohibited actions, and how judges are gathering evidence. So, and in permitted actions, you can go and see these things here like skull 1, skull 2, skull 3. So this is abbreviation or name for a particular interpretation that is linked to the rule 42.2d, talking about sculling in particular for the optimists. And this part here will say you how actually judges are gathering evidence that those rules interpreted by these interpretations are broken. So other tiller movements, I'm just giving this as example. These are for the other classes as well. So it is my recommendation. If you haven't come across that, perhaps you have, but I want to talk about it. It's important that you go through these documents. So if the movements are forceful, the boats are propelling forward or preventing it from moving astern. So these are the points judges are, in a particular case, looking at. Is the boat above a close hold course and clearly changing direction towards a close hold course? Because if you are on above close holds, you are by this rule allowed. This is a permitted activity that you can go from head to wind down to your close hold course. Is the sculling offsetting previous sculling and so on? So this is one of the examples. Then we have a rocking, also listed in the same manner, permitted actions, prohibited actions, and how the judges are gathering evidence. Then we have related to course as well, so it is on upwind. So these are usual breaches for the optimist, for example, upwind talking, or body pumping, or sculling. And then you have on the reach. So every particular leg is addressed. So it is quite a good guide for sailors and, of course, judges. It's not a short document. It may have some pages, actually 4 pages for optis. Even star class we have. In Chinese, you imagine. Laser, let's see laser, how many languages? It's no Greek here in class. So maybe in the future, if someone in Greece has translated it, it could be posted as well on the website of the World Sailing. Particularly interesting then back is the document, sorry. Interpretations. Interpretation is quite an interesting document, which is quite a long time in a circulation. But the recent one is always published here. And they also, in some of them are in other languages. Hopefully Greek will turn up here as well. And there are some documents for judges that looks like this, a form. I can't open it. Anyway, that form is actually a little paper that judges have as a reminder what to write down when they are afloat. Okay. And then when they come ashore, they put this into the complete list of collected infringements, and then they post that on the board. Everyone can see and then can come and discuss with the judges. Okay, we open interpretations. Interpretations contain, it's quite useful document because it has both, let me see if I can figure. Because first, it contains interpretations of terms used. We usually in our language with sailors and among judges talk about body pumping, flick, like here, pump. Not all of these are included in the rule itself, but it is included in the interpretations language. So that's first part, the terms used. Then we have all the rules actually listed. Just a second, please bear with me. I have some document opening without my will. All right, so this is a list that was there posted. It's a list for judges. I will share it for you now. I hope you can see now. Am I sharing Excel sheet? So this is the list. Judges fill up with the sail number, race, leg, rules, and action for the first, second, third, and so on penalties that are then posted for sailors on notice board to see. And in relation to Appendix P that we will be talking later about. Now we go back to I. So if I found interpretations, this document here quite useful because it contains everything we need about 42, because we have listed rules, like you see here, basic rule 42.1, and then you have all the interpretations about this basic. So the rule says, except when permitted in rule 42.3 or 45, about shall compete. So there are some permissions within the rule that are listed in 42.3 and 45. We will talk about that later. But about shall compete by using only the wind and water to increase, maintain, or decrease her speed. So this is just maybe dry rule, but then you have interpretation, and for each of these rules, whether it is a prohibited or permitted action, there is an interpretation. And then which is not included, of course, in the racing rules. So basic is an action that is not listed in 42.2 may be prohibited under Rule 42.1. 42.1 is any action that does not fall in any other of prohibited or permitted actions can be then subject to 42.1, and that's actually in the opening for the judges to address a new developed skills in this rule that provide for extra illegal propulsion. If we go down more, prohibited actions without limiting interpretation, an action listed in Rule 42 is always prohibited even if it fails to propel the boat. So if we go to 42.2, prohibited action, we have this A, pumping, then we have B, and the pumping itself is very well documented in pump 1 until pump 4. So fanning is moving a sail in and out, not in response to wind shifts, gust or waves, then pulling in and releasing a sail in response to wind shifts, gusts or waves, it's permitted, even if repeated, except when permitted under 42.3c, one pump may be prohibited. Then we go back to 42.1 basic rule. So it is quite useful document. And if you have any comments or experiences that you have, you can please share with us on the chat. So we will pass through this document shortly. A little bit of history about 42. As I said yesterday, maybe it's worth repeating. It is quite difficult to win a protest against 42 rules. So World Sailing developed this service in order to make the sailing fairer for everyone. And we used to have extra rule in the rule book, which was 67 at the time, about the 42 propulsion rule. But we deleted that rule in favor of Appendix P, and we listed Rule 42 like in any other rule. So it is not impossible that a sailor can still protest under this rule, another sailor. But if the incident, when the Appendix P is provided by the Notice of Fair Sailing Instructions within the event, where you have judges afloat, the incident that was dealt with by judges cannot be protested. For example, if there is a penalty for a breach of, let's say, sculling at the start for a particular boat, and another boat later protests for the same incident in a normal procedure, that would not be allowed if the judge already dealt with that incident and the penalty was issued. But nobody stops any sailor to actually protest a different incident that was not observed by the judge. And that protest would still be heard in a normal way. But nowadays, obviously, nobody is almost, I haven't heard it, unless it's something maybe different that does not fall in the usual Rule 42 environment, as we cover everything mostly. So bottom line, advice or information is, yes, you can protest Rule 42 in a normal way. Of course, you will do it if there is no Appendix P. If judges do not go afloat and they do not police Rule 42, then of course, Rule 42, like any other rule, is protestable by a sailor. A sailor can protest for that. Since you are all Olympic sailors or optis, I see here, so you were, I think you have quite excessive experience about Rule 42, and you may share some of your doubts if you want on the chat with us. Let me see one. Okay. I'm getting much better with this now, I hope. Okay, I have the interpretation now for you here. I will magnify it a bit so we can go through a bit more. I can even magnify it so we can read better. Okay. So we can see here a background rolling, the minimum degree of rolling caused by the waves. Yesterday we also addressed that one, say that you are not forced or obliged to stop that background rolling. So if the boat by itself goes through the waves and rolls itself, it's not that you need to stop it, but it is also important that a sailor risks if it incurs that rolling itself. So if it emphasizes, if it does more, so if it helps it, if it doesn't, if it is not helped, that's fine. Flick is something judges are focused on, and that is caused by body movement or pulling or in or releasing a sail. And the normal sail shape is changed and immediately returned to its original shape. That's not single factor itself that would trigger judges' attention. I mean, action, it will trigger judges' attention, but flick is not only related to action of the sailor, flick is also related to the conditions on the sea, waves, and so on. So judges would be very careful in whether they would act or not. So there will be not jumping into the, running into the protest you against it. So another here is a pump. One of the interesting words as well is repeated. Repeated is more than once in the same area on a leg. So many times in the rule you will find this word repeated. So that would include that a single action would be tolerated. But as soon as it is repeated, then there is something that will trigger a judge's attention. So a roll, we understand what it's a single cycle outward ship's movement of the boat during which the mast goes to leeward and back to windward, or vice versa. That's very interesting, especially in the tacking maneuvers. Fore and aft rotating movement of the body, and that's dealt with in a ouching. That's within the rules. Introduced term yellow light area is a phrase used when it is not clear. I hope you heard about it. When it is not clear that an action is prohibited. So those yellow areas judges have in mind when they see and look around on the race course, some suspicious action of the sailor or behavior of the boat draws their attention. So then they may say, well, this is something that we might look closer and see whether that's prohibited or it falls within the rules that is allowed. So it is unlikely, as it says here, it's important that a boat will be, if it is drawn, if the intention of judges is drawn into it, that it will be penalized. But it is possible if it is clear, and then of course it will be discussed. Mostly if it is yellow and the yellow light area, and if it's something new, and the judges watch for a while, most of those breaches would fall into the 42.1 basic rule later on. But yellow area also, yellow light could apply to existing movements like pumping itself. So we are not certain whether it's repeated, or we are not certain whether it propels the boat. We are not certain whether rolling is done with the patterns of waves, because rolling, if it is not with the wave patterns, then it is a suspicion it is used for extra propelling the boat. So basic rule we all familiar with, I hope, and those actions are just in general, saying it. So, a minute, my mouse is not listening to me. Prohibited action. Let's go to the first one. What sailors are really affected by. First one is pumping. We can see it here. Repeated fanning. So again, a key word is repeated. Of any sail, either pulling in and releasing the sail, or by vertical or outward body movement. So it is sail and the body. So let's see what are the interpretations of that. So there are many of them, right? It's pump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So fanning is moving a sail in and out, and in response, not in response with wind shift. So if wind shifts, of course, you need to trim your sail and adjust to the new situation. But if it is not in response to those, then a sailor may have trouble. A second one, pump 2, pulling in and releasing a sail in response to wind shifts, gusts, or waves is permitted, even if repeated. So if the gusts are frequent, then you know, the judges between pump 1 and pump 2, judges need to focus on whether it's one or the other. Pump 3, except when permitted under 42.3c, one pump may be prohibited under Rule 42.1. There is a case when you actually give extra, only single one pump. So body's pump, we are moving our body to balance the boat, but sometimes we can see a single body movement that actually it's not a pump, it's not a balancing, it is just to, and if that single pump propels the boat, and that could be also seen by other indications like flick or sail trim that is illegal, then it could be a penalty. A flick of a sail, that's another interpretation. Flick of a sail resulting from the sudden stopping of an easing sheet is permitted. So nothing special there. Pump 5, one flick of a sail due to body pumping or a pump not permitted by rule is in the yellow light area. So this is where the judge's attention is triggered, so sailors are worried. So as I said before, flick that does not, that is not inflicted by body movement, the flick that does, body movement that does not result in the flick of a sail cannot be related to any breach of 42.2a, but may break other parts of the Rule 42. That's, of course, a danger. Repeated flicks of a sail due to body pumping are prohibited. So it's flicking all the time, and it's related to the body. That's what makes rule breach. And the second prohibited one is rocking. So repeated rolling of the boat induced by body movement, repeated adjustments of the sail or centerboard, or steering. So there are 3 ways of how we can advance the boat speed through the waves by illegal activities. So rock 1, a roll of the boat caused by a gust or a lull followed by a corrective body movement to restore proper trim is permitted. So nothing wrong there. I think we are all familiar with that. So this correction of roll that is caused by the gust, because you have to balance, you have to adjust your boat. It's flat on the water all the time. And rock 2, one roll that does not clearly propel. The key word here is clearly, and the judges need to be certain that this is clear. If it's clearly something propels, and they need to document it, and you need to ask judge whether how it appeared to them that it was clearly propelling the boat. And we can learn from that as well. If you get a penalty for such kind of stuff, it's a very worthwhile to talk to the judges. Rock 3, background rolling is permitted, as we said, and it's even mentioned at the entry of the document. boat's crew is not required to stop this type of rolling. So, of course, if you just sit in the boat and you go downwind, and then, of course, the wind and the waves do what with the boat what they do, and so you are not required to stop that back rolling. So it is fine. Adopting any static crew position or any static setting of the sails or center boat, even when stability is reduced, is permitted and is not prohibited. So you can, sometimes can happen that people heel so much into the wind to the windward that they even rise to windward, and so that's all right. It's just on the edge. It's all right. A single body movement that is immediately followed by repeated rolling of the boat is prohibited. Okay, that's, I think, clear. Prohibited actions 42 to C, Uching. That's something that we often see with optics and laser when they are moving their bodies in the pattern of the wave to balance the boat longitudinally, to maintain and to have a good speed. So there are interpreters talking to change the fore and aft trim of the boat in phase with the waves is permitted. So that's what I just said. If it does not pump the sail, if it pumps the sail, then we have a problem. But on the flat water, there is absolute no reason to ouch and to move the body, because then the trim is not at a danger. You trim the boat once, and in the flat water, it goes on. The next page of this document, it's only 2 pages documented. I think it is very good to read it every time before you go. Let me see how I get the second page. We are on the second page. The last prohibited action is the sculling, D, 42.2D, repeated movement of the helm that is either forceful or that propels the boat forward or prevents it going astern. So you are sort of allowed to stop the boat from going forward, but you're not allowed to stop the boat from going astern. So we can go to, if we want to see this, we need to go 42.3D to see the 42.3D. So we can just jump here 42 to see the interpretations of scull. So scull 1 is provided the boat's course is above close hold hole, and she clearly changes direction towards a close hold course. Repeated forceful movements of the helm are permitted until the boat is on the close hold course. This action is permitted even if the boat gains speed. Interesting, isn't it? She may scull to turn to a close hold course on either tack. I hope that you understand. Some sailors may have misunderstanding of this. First misunderstanding many times I hear is that people believe they can scull only from the center line to one end and then from the center line to the other end. And that was old concept that people may forgot. Doesn't matter whether your tiller is crossing the center line. You can always scull provided that you are in the right sector that does something, and that something is here in scull 1. So if you are above close hold being approximate course to the wind of 45 degrees, so from 45 degrees to 90 degrees up heads to wind, this is the sector when your sculling may have some forgiveness. So you can do scull if you are in the eye of the wind. That rule is introduced because sometimes it is impossible to move the boat from the eye of the wind situation. So you are allowed to go from that position when your boat doesn't have any steerage way either, and that's very important, on one end or the other end. So it is not that you can scull from, let's say, port to starboard. Let's say you are above close hold on the starboard tack. Then you scull up to the close hold and then you scull back. No, you can go only to the one side. If you are above close hold, you can go on either side once in one direction. So if you want to go from above close hold on the starboard tack to the close hold on the port tack, you are allowed to scull all the way through to come to the close hold on the other side. All right? So be sure that you are in the eye of wind, in the irons, that you cannot actually, that you have to, so you must be above close hold on one tack to start with. So if you then decide to go on the other side, so you get on the other close hold, you cannot just change your mind and then scull back and offset that sculling. That would be then something judges would penalize. This is what I believe this scull 2 is talking about. It says, after a boat has sculled in one direction, further connected sculling to offset the first sculling action is prohibited. So in between those sculls, there must be some sailing. And that sailing would include change of course, right? So you once come to the one close hold course, your sails are full, and you can now do what you like. You can bear away, or you can luff up back again. So if you luff up back again, there is a sailing in between a next scull you may do, because after that, that's a controlling of speed, let's say. So you can play there, but be aware of the scull 2, and also very importantly about scull 3. Many times happens, the sculling offset steering of the boat caused by backing a sail is prohibited. So there is a term colloquial we use, crabbing, right? Crabbing is when you push your sail and you're going now backwards, but then you offset that effect of the sail with your tiller sculling. So that would be prohibited per se. So it will be very often resulting in penalty by judges. So don't play on that. Just as a reminder, we might not have talked about it yesterday, but crabbing, this pushing the sail, is interesting for one other thing, is about rule 16, because when we pushing the sail, we may be considered changing course. And if we are, even if our boat is just steady in the water and we're pushing a sail, and then we are crabbing to windward and as a leeward boat, and then potentially touching the windward boat, that would not be windward boat. It would be a leeward boat that is actually changing the course. And within our interpretations of the rules, we have that crabbing defined as course change. It looks a little bit weird, but it is a course change. So if that crabbing is then connected even with the sculling, that's an even bigger problem. I think we have now, Kostas, time to a break, right? All right, hello. Girls and boys, your teacher is back. We had at the end of the first session, we had a contributor with a question. So who is it? Can we hear you now? Can you go ahead?
Okay. I want to ask about in weather conditions like strong wind and big waves in the downwind, when we want to pump to pass the wave with force, how can this be controlled and not be judged by Rule 42?
You were a bit interrupted, so can I ask you to repeat, please?
Okay. In weather conditions with strong wind and big waves, the downwind, sometimes we try to pump to pass the wave and then have force. How can this be controlled and not be judged by Rule 42.
If I understood the first half of your saying, but did I understand you want to ask me how you can pump to accelerate on the wave, or before? I'm not sure that I understand the problem itself. I can maybe generalize and say that you can pump. How I understood what you're saying is that how forcefully you can pump not to get penalized by judge. Is that what you wanted? Where is it?
Yes, this is what I meant.
I'm not sure that I understood, but I will try to answer what I believed you asked me. So if it in strong winds and there are waves, there is no problem of pumping, provided several key points are fulfilled. There is nothing about how strong you can pump anything, any of your sails, provided that it is once per wave or the gust of wind to initiate the surf. Mind you, different classes may provide for different numbers of those pumps, like fin class, depends which class you're sailing to. But you are not allowed to pump more than once per wave or gust of the wind, as forcefully as you can, all your body, all your strength, and all things that are at your disposition, like body or the sail. So you can pull it and you can do it with your body simultaneously, and then off the boat goes on the wave. After that, you are not allowed to maintain that surf. The surf needs to cease, and then again, you can pump the same way. There is nothing to be shy about pumping itself. That initiates the surf or the plane. Okay? Because people believe that the force itself, no. You can move your body fully, you can pull all your sails, and you can gracefully and with forcefully you can go in your boat and let it go. And that's enough. After that, you need to wait until that surf ceases, and then that you can pump again when it loses this acceleration created by that surf. Do you think that I answered what you're asking? Maybe not, huh?
Yes, this is what I asked.
Okay. When I used to be the coach for Optis as well, and I would have advised them this thing to do, especially downwind, because sometimes they would just pump many times, and they would collect penalties for nothing, and there was no effect on the boat itself. It is just a nervous do something because I don't know. Whereas actually a proper pump would accelerate the boat on the surf and it will go. So just do it and do it properly, and then let boat go. And then when the acceleration diminishes and the effect is gone, you are allowed to pump again. You find your wave, and then you surf on your next wave with all the force of your body and the sails to initiate. Please remember, it's very important. This is just to initiate the surf and the plane. It is not to maintain. And that's where the people get most of the penalties. Of course, sailors are allowed to push to the limits because you are trying to win a regatta. So you need to use all the rules available at your disposition. You train for them. Like yesterday, we had a good question about why couldn't I do a penalty turn going reverse, because it's quicker. So all these little details and holes or spaces within the rules are open to the fantasy and to invention of the sailors up to the limit of fairness. And if there is something that is on the edge, you must be aware that the edge would go either way. Either you were not right or you were right. But use the rules as much as you. So many people actually go too much on the other side. So that would trigger a penalty. So especially if you are overdoing with the number of pumps with the sail or body movements that are actually propelling the boat illegally. Anyway, thank you for the question. If anyone else has anything else to say, I'll be happy to answer. We continue with the document. So we passed this skull thing. Now we go and see what is next here. Exceptions. So now we've done with the prohibitions. So these are all prohibition stuff. It's pump, it's skull, it's rock and ouch and stuff. Now we have exceptions without limiting the application of 42.1. These actions are, a boat may be rolled to facilitate steering. That's an interesting one. So you are allowed to steer your boat with elements that you have on the boat. This position is your body, your sails, your rudder, your centerboard. All of these things, form of your shape of your boat is actually something that you play with in order to hydrodynamically get the speed and aerodynamically get the speed from the sail. So it is a combination of many medias. So it is your body, it's water, and the wind. So all these three elements you are free to do and play with. So that's why we have exceptions, because we cannot just penalize stupidly people just because they are rolled and facilitated there going through the water with the hull, because it's a natural way of doing it, because you, by heeling the boat on one side, you roll it, you create different shape on the underwater surface, as well effect on the sail, and then you steer even without touching your helm. So let's see interpretations of that one. Heeling to windward to facilitate bearing away, and heeling to leeward to facilitate heading up are permitted. That's what every sailor does. Even standing on one end would result, and standing there would result, both will turn on one on the other end, because it's just because of the trim. So no judge would ever penalize you for that. So ROC 7, repeated rolling not linked to wave pattern is rocking prohibited by 42.2b, even if the boat changes course with each roll. So that's an interesting part, especially for laser sailors, because they are through the waves, downwind, they are playing all the time and change. So you pull your sail in, that's a trim, you're going up, and then you release it, you're going down. So if someone can interpret, oh, he's pulling in and it's releasing it, well, that's a pumping, yeah, maybe, but in the same time, it's a change of course, and that change of course has something to do with the reality. Reality would be the sea, right? And that sea is choppy, and that chop need to be avoided. And how? That's how the sailor actually wins the race. He's going through those obstacles, and the one that maintains speed the best is actually the winner. So ROC 7's message is that if you repeatedly rolling your boat not linked to the wave patterns, is rocking prohibited by default. So the lasers, for example, can get penalties on that if they're overdoing it. My advice in this is also that sometimes happens is when a certain conditions on the water, like say you have a certain speed of the wind, and of course you have your own body, right? So your body varies. Some people are heavier, some people are lighter. So if there is more wind, then you have a specific biodynamics. So you train for it. So you adopt your body, your boat, all these combinations together, and they play in the way of sort of a ballet, I would say. And they are balanced between the strength of the wind and the body weight. So if the certain strength of wind is higher and your body adopts the pattern of these steering through the waves downwind, for example, it is different if you adopt a certain biodynamics of your body for a one wind pattern, one wind strength, and then you forget that when the wind drops down and you remain with your body movements, and that would maybe could initiate a penalty because it starts to be then pumping and rocking that is not related to conditions outside. So that might fall in 42.1, the basic rule. So just a reminder, if you ever come across that idea, that actually when your body performs at some level of the wind strength, that body movement and the strength of moving would be completely different picture if the wind drops down, you maintain the same body dynamics, and that would not be probably first would get in the yellow light on it, and then later maybe discussion with the judges what actually happened. Let's go to exception B. A boat's crew may move their bodies to exaggerate the rolling that facilitates steering the boat through a tuck or a jibe, provided that just after the tuck or jibe is completed, the boat speed is not greater than it would have been in the absence of the tuck or jibe. Shortly speaking, this is speed after should be not greater than speed before that tuck and jibe. Fine. It is not easy for judges to judge that, and no judge would fuss into the penalty if it is not certain. So maybe I forgot to tell you, we will repeat today's sessions many times. The principle of judging, I want to approach you to that process so that you know where you are in relation to your probabilities when rules are broken and how actually judges react. And you please ask me questions about it, because that affects your life, of course. So let's see, body movements that exaggerate rolling. So the message is judges will never run into, and we are not trained to do that, run into something that they would not have a firm ground to explain you later what they did. So if I cannot be certain about 42.3b, then I would not penalize, because I would not be able to explain you later what happened actually. So that's the principle of judging. So we never run into something that we are not perfectly aware of and that we do not have explanation to the sailor afterwards. That relates especially for 42, but relates to any other stuff as well. Okay, back to interpretations. Rock 8, body movement that exaggerate rolling and cause a boat to sail out of a tuck or a jibe at the same speed as she had just before the maneuver are permitted. Okay. I think that's easy. But to me, if you have questions, ask me later. It is permitted to move the mast to windward of vertical at the completion of a tuck or jibe. No problem there. So there is nothing prohibiting this equipment moving around. After a tuck, when the boat is on her new close hold course, body movement clearly propelling the boat is prohibited under 42.1. So once the thing is done, then the next movement is under scrutiny of judge's eye. So be aware of basic 6, that if you then, sometimes people do that, they finish that tuck, and of course they need a little bit extra speed and go, and then they throw their bodies out, both of them, or how many they are on the boat anyway, it could be a bigger boat, and then they actually break the basic rule because they then propel them. That's particularly visible in the flat conditions when there is no wind, of course. That's easier for judge there than it is when there is some chop or waves or winds. After the speed of the boat clearly drops, after she accelerates out of a tuck or a jibe, and there is no obvious change of wind speed or direction, the exception in rule 42.3b does not apply, and the boat breaks 40-1. So this is an interesting interpretation. So be aware, when the speed of a boat clearly drops after she accelerates out of a tack or a jag, that's a trigger for the judge. So it means that the speed was exaggerated through it, and then after a while, boom, I think stops. So that's a problematic. Exception C, except on a beat to wind, but when surfing rapidly accelerating down the front of a wave or planning is possible, the boat's crew may pull in any sail in order to initiate surfing, or planning, but each sail may be pulled in only once for each wave and gust of wind. I did that already before when I was answering the question. I will just pass through details to see if I missed something, and then we can discuss it later if you like. So important thing is this word here, initiate. I could not underline it more important, initiate surfing. It is initiate surfing, and it is, this is ideally for laser, because no rule changes is for laser, or the optis, for example, 470s, 417s and 420s, and fins, they have some adoption of these rules. If someone is interested, we can pass through those later. It may be some issues there. So initiate, I cannot stress more. Initiate is the key word here. So if you want to initiate, then you can do it. And another key word is once. So you can once do it for each wave or gust to initiate. That's the key. The rest is all easy. So be aware of that. So then you may have many questions from sailors. So how many waves I have? There were so many waves as I wanted to pump on everyone. Fine. But this needs to be fulfilled. That really need to be a surf. And that's very unlikely if you have chop after chop that you actually get acceleration of one. So it may be not really. What the judges also, I need to mention you, is assessing when they go afloat is whether they are or not surfing conditions. If they are surfing conditions, it's easier, it's possible. If there are no surfing conditions, there is no reason to pump. Like we said before in Uching, there is no need to move your body if there is a flat water. Of course, you will move your body to trim your lateral position of your boat. Then you need to move your body because the wave goes up and down, and you move your body together with those waves. Fine. But if there is no waves, there's no need to move that, because once you have your water line that is the fastest bit, fine, or inclined because it's less drag or so far. So there is no need to move your body. Then if there are surfing and planning conditions, then the movements of the body are different than when they are flat. And I discussed that with the body biodynamics before, when I was saying be reminded that your body should not stay the same movements with the less wind. Okay, let's see the interpretations of exceptions. A pool of any sail made to attempt to surf or plane. So we now are getting into the interesting area, because if we say, judges, well, the surfing conditions are marginal. So then maybe pump 7 comes in, because a pool of any sail made to attempt to surf or plane and surfing or planing conditions are marginal is permitted even if the attempt is not successful. But if you remember, we had in those questions yesterday, too many attempts, one after the other, would be penalty. And they mentioned 3, if you remember yesterday. So be aware of that. So if there are too many, then it is yellow light or potentially the penalty. But nobody can blame you for trying. So if the marginal conditions, we're not sure, yeah, you go and pull your sail, see what happens. And if it is not successful, no blame. But if it is repeated, then it becomes pumping. Then it is not about being successful of initiating. It is actually being successful in pumping. So it's a bit different then. Pump 7 comes in. Pump 8, if a boat repeats an unsuccessful attempt to plane or surf, she is in the yellow light. That's what I said. Third consecutive unsuccessful. Okay, we covered that. So this is a carved in stone. So this is how we interpret it. Pump 9, each sail may be pulled at a different time, but only as permitted by rule 42.3c. So what I said before, you take all your sails, grab them all, and take your body and pull it everything together. That's once with all your sails and all your equipment, including your body. But then you can do only with one sail, only with spinnaker, only with the jib, only with the sail, only with the body. But you cannot do it with the body now, with the sail now, one after the other, because each of these time need to be to initiate, not to maintain. Because if you initiate your pump, your pump, I mean your surf by body pump and boat surfs, you're not allowed to pull sail now. That would be maintaining. And then later on, you pull a little bit your spinnaker. That will be more maintaining. So that rule, pump 9, is saying what I'm trying to explain. I think I'm not wrong. All right. Pump 10, it is only necessary for serving or planning conditions to exist at the position of the boat for her to be permitted to pull in the sail. So that's also an issue for judging, because sometimes on the race course, we have different various conditions. That on one end of the course, you have surfing conditions, but on the other end, no. Sometimes there is no wind on the bottom when wind dies out, but there are still something on the top. So area where the boat is one to count. So personally, I would not run and speed up from one course to one side of the course to another side of the course when such conditions are flaky and not sure, and because I see somebody is, moving a boat aggressively, and then go with the yellow flag. No, that would be a mistake in procedure in my mind, because I don't know as a judge what conditions are there. So that would have been a mistake. So this pump 10 is telling us this. So it is conditions to exist at the position of the boat. So at the position of the boat, but some sailors may hide it, but that's then rule 2. So we don't go that area. And we will talk about positioning of judges later, and I'll tell you openly what is the best thing to do in my mind. Some judges may differ from that opinion, but this is one way of dealing with it, I think, because we all have a problem. The temptation is high to pull your sail a little bit more to get that extra speed. And we understand that as a human, but we need to cure it, and we need to calm it down and to make game fair for everybody same. As much as possible, we are all humans, we cannot fix everything, but we try, we do our best. Surfing or planning may be possible for some boats, but not for others. This can be caused, for example, by local gusts or by waves from a motorboat. Also, lighter crews may be able to surf or plane when heavier crews cannot. So lighter crews, see, it's a different, because they can be surfed because the wave will take them easier, because they're not posing too much resistance to the wave to take them away. But if you are heavier, then you need a bigger wave to push you, right? So if you move your heavier body with the lighter conditions, that's vice versa. It's a problematic. So even if you encounter a single tsunami for yourself, then you will use it. You will just take all your sail. It's a flat water. It is no wind. And then a blessing comes from the big motor boat. You will use it. That's what this rule says. So you are free to do that. So use your tsunami from the motor. Not always we are upset about big motorboats passing our race course, maybe. Even if the judge, sometimes judges see the infringement of a boat and they need to pass through the fleet. Unfortunately, we then sometimes we may affect boats racing with our maneuvering. That's why we would, in that case, rise the yellow flag up so that the sailors around us understand we are on a mission, we are going to penalize somebody. And in that process, it may happen that we create a wave. So that wave is a blessing. So it's an offering for you to pump on it. To initiate, again, I say initiate, it's a very good word. Initiate yourself or a plane. The exception in Rule 42.3c does not apply to a boat that is already surfing or planning. This is addressed many times in my speech. Once you initiated your surf, you are on your surf, no more doings. Otherwise, you risk. Exception D, when a boat is above close haul course and either stationary or moving slowly. So we passed that before. It is about sculling. So if you later have more questions about that, there might be some gray areas that you may haven't seen. So chat me in and so we can talk more. 42.3 exceptions. We talked about button before when it's inverted, fine. And we talk, so you can the sail and to release that button, but you're not allowed to repeatedly pump, and boat goes forward. That's because it would clearly propel the boat. So it should be gentle enough not to provoke this propelling of the boat. A boat may reduce speed by repeatedly moving her helm. So that's an exception. Any means of propulsion may be used to help a person or another vessel in danger, including the radio, as we said yesterday. Anything could be used to help person. And even now, this pumping. So you can take your spinnaker pole and do anything to row through the water to help. To get clear after grounding or colliding with a vessel or object, a boat may use force applied by the crew or the vessel and any equipment other than a propulsion engine. However, propulsion engine is forbidden. However, the use of an engine may be permitted under Rule 42.3.1i, and that is when we jump into sailing instructions. So sailing instructions in certain regattas can permit usage of the engine, and then that usage of the engine is usually instructed to be reported, and then it is then assessed whether the boat with that usage of the engine gained a significant advantage in the race or not. But this would then apply to a long distance racing or some special circumstances that would actually not affect our dinghy sailing around the Cairns. That would be my contribution to discussion about interpretations. I think I would now want to go, unless you have questions. Unless you have questions, I will now go to explain you a little bit more. I mean, say my opinion about Appendix Papa, but I need to open it first. Second. Bear with me. I made a mistake now because I closed all the tabs on PDF program, and that was not actually intention because I had a rule book to open. I open the rule book and I will share it with you, Sean. So let me find the Appendix Papa. Right, I'm here. Lovely. me now find this for you. Oh my God. Where's my camera? Sharing. PDF. Lovely. Okay, Appendix P. Very often used. We would rarely find any racing with Olympic classes or dinghy sailing that nowadays, where 42 rule is involved, does not use Appendix P, and I believe you are all familiar with, but we will just pass through and make some comments, and you are free to contribute with your observations and experience, either with a chart or you can kick in voicing your opinion anytime you want. So the basic principle here is that we do want to observe on the water as many as possible infringements and post them later on the board. But the mission is, in order to, well, some sailors may not like it and they may see it differently, but this is a service, because what is the main philosophy is the presence of judges afloat is in fact protecting those honest sailors that don't break rule, right? So that's why we need to, otherwise this rule can easily get unnoticed with the usual procedures with the protest hearings and paperwork and stuff we do normally with other rule breaches. So presence of the judges is the contribution and award to people that are honest and that do not break that rule. If that rule is broken, then it's a consequence, and consequence is a system of penalties that we have. Who can be a person that is policing Rule 42 afloat? Preferably somebody that is trained. But the rule provides for a protest committee appoints those guys. So sometimes you can have experienced sailors also. But usually they are committee members and they are trained enough in accordance with all our procedures. Like you see, we developed quite a big cloud of advices and interpretations that everyone can navigate. So we have class-specific rules breaches, we have interpretations for everybody, we have class rule changes, we have Oscar, we have Romeo. So it's a lot of things that are in place to suit this demand. So the important bit of this, whether we choose someone else, because sometimes juries are composed of judges plus observers that will be used for Rule 42, and that could be a local people. But if it is somebody, it needs to be addressed this bit, because it should be no conflict of interest involved, because it could be, Daddy, please help me, right? But that's not what we avoid. So this is important bit to address, that there is no conflict of interest among those group of people that are appointed to. The appointed jury for a regatta is considered not to have conflict of interest, but you never know, it is always good to address it. And we will see later in our procedures, a conflict of interest is a very interesting and pronounced topic that we need to address. Okay, that one solved. An observer appointed under Rule P11 who sees a boat breaking Rule 42 may penalize her by as soon as reasonably possible. Why this as soon as reasonably possible is here? Because we cannot be everywhere. So there could be a distance a little bit, and in between that boat breaching the rule and ourselves judges could be another bunch of boats. So we cannot just barge through that fleet and affect everyone and just for the single infringement of one person. So we do not just sacrifice the whole cow. We don't for one schnitzel, I would say. No? So we then need some time. That means reasonably possible. This poses sometimes a problem because sailors may believe that they were unjustly penalized because they could not connect that yellow flag what they're actually doing at that moment, because there is some delay in communication of that penalty. So my advice again, ask judges always why, either after racing or sooner on the water even, you can approach and ask immediately. Maybe that's also good, because then you will be having immediate input, what you've done wrong, not to repeat, not to risk a second race. But of course, after racing ashore, you come and discuss your cases with the judge. Not that you can do anything about it, but we can all learn. The judge can learn and the sailor can learn. That's how we build all these rules. That's why we are behaving the way we do, because we were talking to each other a century or more ago until now. Making a sound signal, that's another thing. Pointing a yellow flag at her and hailing her sail number. That means you need to be informed. You need to know it is for you. So it is annoying if a judge misspells the number. Until you're certain your number is spelled, you don't have to do anything. You carry on your sailing. You should not be sort of distracted or by someone else doing. When you hear your name, many times sailors know they did it. So they know, even when they see the judge, they immediately, before the judge rises the flag up, they go into their turns. But sometimes the procedure is such that you need to be heard your number. And that's it. Even at the end of the sentence, even if she's no longer racing, what does it mean? That means you, like was the first question, where the boat finishes when it crosses the line, but it is not racing anymore, but it is still racing until it clears that line. And imagine you finished, you cross the line, you're still racing, you need to clear the line, the area, and you're still under racing, so you still can get a penalty. That's my message. You still can get a penalty from something that happened before you cross the finish line. And that is why there is, again, this here as reasonably possible, especially on the last bit of that race, when there is very short bit and everybody goes very fast into the finish line. It is sometimes not very easy for judges to come to you and signal you the flag. So even that's why this is in here. Even after you no longer racing, you still can get a bad news, unfortunately, or for whatever. Fortunately for all those that were honestly sailing. So if you gained a place just coming into the finish line before the other, it will be good news for the one that is overtaken by the pumping of a boat. A boat so penalized shall not be penalized a second time under Rule 42 for the same incident. This is what I said before. So Appendix P, if it is implanted into the sailing instructions, is replacing in part Rule 42 policing. So policing is mainly by the judges afloat, but if there is isolated case away from eye of the judges, and it was not dealt with, of course, then it is possible to protest. But if a judge has dealt with the case and given a flag to a person, that's end of it. No other sailor can protest for that same incident later on, for example, or other judge or something weird may happen. But no, only one flag covers that incident, full stop. Penalties. Penalties are dealt with in P2, and that's it. that's first, second, third, and subsequent. Sometime we have in the sailing instruction these rules change. And that's especially in sometimes that we are more tolerant for the younger sailors that have difficulty understanding this. So we allow to have more and more. So it can be arranged a bit different that you get, for example, always 2 turns penalty. Whenever you infringe rule 42, it will be always 2 turns. If you go to medal racing, it would be different because it would be like any other rule. So the judges will apply the same penalty. It's not even with the yellow flag. So this bit is then changed sometimes. But in general, if we do not touch anything, and if we just say penalties as per Appendix P applies for you in the sailing instruction, this is how it will work. First penalty, you do 2 turns. Okay, what is written? When a boat is first penalized under her penalty shall be 2 turns penalty under Rule 44.2. If she fails to take it, shall be disqualified without it. So let's suppose you continue racing after that penalty is communicated to you. Then in the score, in that table I showed you at the beginning, you will appear as DSQ because, without hearing, we don't hear it. Because you just continued racing, you ignored the message. All right. Second penalty, when a boat is penalized a second time during the regatta, that means the whole event. It's a regatta of 12 sailings. When a boat is penalized a second time during a regatta, she shall promptly retire. So that means just go away. And if you ignore that one, then it will be without hearing, of course, as the previous one as well, but you will find yourself upgraded to disqualification not excludable, unfortunately. That's the heavy penalty. So it's better to retire. Third and subsequent penalties, when a boat is penalized a third or subsequent time during the regatta, she shall promptly retire. If she does so, her penalty shall be disqualification without a hearing, and her score shall not be excluded. Right. So any further penalty would result in DNE, right? If she fails to do so, so if you still continue stubbornly racing after that message, then if she fails to do so, her penalty shall be disqualification without a hearing from all races in the regatta with no score excluded. So that's severe penalty. And then you go, and I mean, to a undesirable area of 69. And we don't want this to happen to nobody. This is not what we have the rule in place because we need it, because strange things may happen, but we don't go there. So generally sailors behave quite well. It's not a big problem for judges neither, but there are certain areas to improve, and we, in interaction with sailors, we learn and we change and we adopt procedures and make the game fairer, as fair as possible. Penalties near the finishing line. This is what I said before. It is if a boat is penalized under P22 and P23, and if you remember, this is second penalty and third penalty, we will not be saying you did not retire, because it is just a next step. We just drop into the finish line. So I will just extend a little bit to finish the Appendix P. That's a break time now, but give me just 2 more minutes, and then we will finish this and collect the questions. So that's it. Postponement, general recall, or abandonment. This is self-explanatory. If a boat has been penalized under Rule P212, the race committee signals a postponement and blah, blah. The penalty is cancelled, but it's still counted. So you don't need to do it, like, you know, do turn. No, but it will count. On the list, you will find yourself, oh, that's my first, and I will. Okay, redress, there is no redress. Unless the action was improper due to failure to take into account a race committee signal or class rule. So this is when the Romeo or some area of that problem starts. But otherwise, if we judges make a mistake, regretfully, there is no way out. Terribly, isn't it? 1.2. if we signal a vote shall not be given redress for an action by a member of the protest committee or its designated under rule unless the action was improper due to a failure to take into account the race committee signal. So this is very big message to judges, so they do not, this is really a sort of safety that they will not just run into penalizing everybody for it, because it's unrepairable. Mistakes are unrepairable for sailors. So this is very important. That's a break for funny things to happen. Okay, this is the procedure for Oscar and Romeo. So certain classes have different procedures. So if Oscar is up, it means that class rules apply, and then the judges follow those procedures. And then if Romeo is later on hoisted, it means that that rule is then reversed, and then class rule is not applicable anymore, so we go back to the normal. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the P3, P1 to P3 is just explanation of how Oscar and Romeo is working. I think you are aware of it. Thank you very much for your attention, and questions are welcome. We will now proceed.
Neven, can we do a break, please?
Yeah, the break is now, and we will start at 11:50 again. Am I right, Kostas? According our schedule.
Neven, yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And then we will start part 5. Oh, nice. Okay, give a break. And if you have in the meantime some questions about this, we will continue with 42 guys. I hope you're back. One more note about the judging 42 afloat. I looked through my notes and I found I didn't speak about technical and tactical breaches of 42 rule. So technical would be something like pump and surf, right? Pump and propel. Tactical would be something more combination between when you want a game, right? Especially at the start line, round the marks and stuff. So you may expect that the judges usually come up with a decision with agreement if there are 2 of them in the boat. Sometimes there is 1, but if there are 2 of them in the boat, they come with an agreement. But with the technical breaches, the judges would act on their own because there is no time, especially in the pre-start, when you have the whole fleet scattered around and lined up on the starting line. So a single judge will be doing it. So technical breaches are something judges discuss, and if there are 2 of them, because they have time about it. But if something is tactical, like, you know, with a single body movement that you throw out of the boat at the starting line, you will gain half a meter. That would put you forward of the fleet. So that bit one is immediately dealt with a single judge is enough just to cure it immediately. Similar with the mark rounding and all the potential Rule 42 breaches that are connected with a gain at that narrow area where the gain is just next to your like start or mark. Is there any questions maybe of this topic? So we will now shift to something else. All right. You are free to do anything later if you want. Doesn't matter. I hope you did your exercise. And the next section is about protesting, the procedures for protesting. We have listed here Section A, right to protest, protest requirements, and PC and LC protests, and so on, preparing for hearing. So what we need for protests to happen? So first thing, we need an incident, right? So the incident is something happened on the water. The incident could be a big crash, like it was a crash in the film that I sent you yesterday. Did all of you do the exercise, or somebody did not? Anyway, I will explain why that exercise is in place. If incidents happen on the water, the sailor has a wish to protest, right? There are requirements for protesting. We will address it later. But generally, if an incident happens, you need to inform your protestee about it, your intention. If it is a bigger boat, it's a flag and a hail and all this stuff. We will pass this separately. But you need also to be timely presenting a piece of paper, because protests need to be in writing, cannot be oral. If that's necessary, then you need certain skill to make it quick, because after you hit a shore, you need to run to the race office and deliver that paper. Why I put that exercise is to tell you that actually you don't need more than 5 minutes to make it happen. Sometimes people come with the long stories and their protests are even invalidated, not taken as valid, for a single reason, that the incident is not presented. If there is no incident, the protest will never pass a first validity scrutiny. What was the exercise about is you are in a big crush, you are wet, there is no paper form, like everybody expects form, right? And you need to lodge it because the time is ticking. So what you need to focus on is to describe the incident. And for that thing only, you don't need much time. That's why I gave you only 5 minutes. I hope that you trained yourself, tried it, and see what there are two. I will show you what I put as my how I resolved it. But it will be interesting your comments to see later how much you were gone, whether you had enough time, maybe not. I think it's even less than 2 minutes needed. We will discuss this in detail now. We're going through. Let's just open my rule book. Rule book is open. You see the rule book, I hope. Kostas, can you help me? We see the rule book, right? Have I... Rule book is getting thicker and thicker. All right, we are here now, protest part 5. Kostas, can I have your help? Do we see now protest, redress, hearings, misconduct, and appeals? Am I sharing this? Hello?
Yes.
Thank you very much, whoever helped. Good, I'm still losing myself through these documents. All right, so protests. It's a lot of things we can talk about it. We'll be talking the whole day about it. It's a protest, it's redress, it's hearings, it's misconduct, appeals. It is also on the water judging, fleet racing when we don't have a protest. Anyway, first of all, we said we have incident. If we have incident, that incident can be protested. That incident can be protested by who? And that is contained in this Rule 60. You can open your, oh no, you don't have open book, but you can write in your book your questions afterward when I will be talking to it. So Rule 60 says who can actually do that process, because we have incidents. So incident can be dealt with by protesting by boat, but how? But not for an alleged breach of rule of part 2 or rule 30, unless she was involved in or saw incident. Different classes, RRS6, for example, some of you are RRS6s here. There is a special appendix that would change this bit, and that so may not be in your options. But generally, the protest can be lodged by a boat. But she must be involved in that incident, or certain classes not, but mostly saw that incident. So someone can, it must be a boat. And the second option is to request redress. So these are the options. Request redress. We'll talk about it later, but redress, you pretty much know well, I think, what redress is, and we will talk later about it. So this is, we are talking about the same incident now. So race committee can also do that on its own. But in general, we can go protest boat. And we are interested because that's a course for you. It's not course for judges. So you may expect that you will be protested by the race committee. All right, this can happen. And there are some limitations for race committee protests which are written here. So not because they have information from invalid protest, or that they have a report from a person that has a conflict of interest, or then representative of the boat herself, and so on. So these are limitations for the race committee. Yeah.
Neven, can I please ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm the RRS6 windsurfer. I've been following you from yesterday and today. And in most of the rules that you've been talking about, my rules are different, and I'm trying to understand the differences. But you just said now that we have a difference in 60 in the protest, and this is the only case where I think we're the same. So what is it?
Lovely.
So
That's
what
the
is
case? Fantastic. Thanks you for mentioning me, because
up to now we have so many differences. Like, we don't have the zone, we have pumping. So I've been trying to follow your rules.
Yeah.
You just said that here we are different, and this is the only case where we are the same. So my question is, what is the difference? The only difference.
Thank you very much. That's very lovely. I like this conversation because.
Excuse me so much, because for me, I've been going backwards and forwards from sailing to windsurfing and trying to follow. And now I'm like, right, we are the same here. And you told the only time you said we are different.
Beautiful. And I tell you why. It's very interesting. Yeah, I mentioned sorry, first of all, that I did not remember you in the first place yesterday.
No.
Because we could have discussed some parts of your differences, because they are interesting for other people to compare. And now I remember that we have our sexes, and then I understand this word "saw," and where this is coming from is that the next set of rules will have this "saw" deleted.
Yes, we have deleted. That's the only thing that's deleted in us is the saw.
No, for the future.
Okay.
The future rule book, if now this is not deleted.
For us, it is deleted. So in the windsurfing competition rules, in 60.1a is changed by deleting or saw. We have this.
Okay, so this is not the only difference.
Okay.
It is one of that I remember now.
Okay.
That's why I pass it through now, but it is the one that is deleted for you. That's what I'm saying. It's not an option for you. So if you saw the incident between some of them, I heard discussion of RSXs, why they have it. I might not necessarily agree with that, but it is so, and that's a rule. So if you see someone else's incident, it's no something you should take care about.
Mm-hmm.
But this saw applies to some other stuff. I think redress cases, not for the incident boat to boat in your particular rules. Maybe we can discuss it later if you find out. We can pass through that one. Okay, thank you, Jelly.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, so next, where I stopped, race committee make protest about, and then And the race committee can also ask for a redress for the vote, which is fine, because sometimes when the race committee is aware of its own mistake, the race committee can act and say, well, we need to, for example, it's a scoring issue or even greater problems, then can they even redress the whole fleet if they made a big mistake? And then that's how they can do that for the vote. And of course, they can go even further to the undesirable area, which is 69.2. What protest committee can do about the incident we have? Protest about, but not as a result of, that's the same limitation as it is with the race committee. But there is an interesting detail here that the protest committee can even expand its power over cases where an injury or serious damage might have happened. So, for example, in the film yesterday I sent you, there is a big crash to boats, and if jury learns about that, jury itself, even without any running with the paper to the may initiate, even if it is from the sources like invalid protest or any report, the jury still can start a hearing and initiate a protest if there is a potentiality that that incident could result in injury or serious damage. So that's a power that jury has, a sort of open window to cover circumstances that are not so covered by all the rest. So that's different from the races committee. And of course, during the valid protest hearing, if it learns that boat, although not a party to the hearing, was involved in the incident, he can also protest that vote. Can also start redresses, and more, the role of the jury is quite a big one in this procedural matters with the protest. So we have also technical committee that can protest the vote, and that's usually linked to the measurements, right? So when you have a measurement issue, this could be lodged by a technical committee. It used to be that only race committee could have done that before, but in the new rule book, we have this provision, technical committee can do it directly. And of course, this is exemption for 5.6. Okay, we will discuss this later. Okay, so now we have the protest, because we have an incident and then we have a protest. So what we do with our protest? Our protest will be posted on the notice board. So if you lodge your protest, it will be posted on the notice board and you will be informed, and sailing instruction will say when that notice board post will be available, the latest. This is usually for half an hour after the protest time expires. The jury would put the list of your protest, and you will be then informed about that. I would urge you not to miss that chance, because even if you think you are off the hook and you have no incidents whatsoever to best of your knowledge or remember, you will still might be an issue and you may still be listed because for unforeseen reasons. So I advise you always to check. I think you are well trained and you probably know how to do it, and or somebody or coach or team leader does for you, so you are well informed about involvement in any of those. But this is a very important administrative bit that that later on, if you are not properly informed, can result in some other actions that could be granted to you, because if you suffer from that mistake, then you need to be given a time or arrangement that would fix that missed information bit to you, not processed in the right time. Okay. Also, if you all people involved in your protest will be informed by that mean as well. It's just not just you and the party you are protesting, or vice versa, if you are protestee and the other protest, but also all other people involved. That would be witnesses, or could be also jury or protest committee or race committee, anybody. They will be all informed by that note put on a, what about validity of that? What you do on the water, how you inform about your intention is very interesting, and it's really much scrutinized in the jury room. And I hope you've been witnessing many of those, is that there are certain procedures, and I would love to share opinions of yours, of your experience on the water. At the time of the incident, for example, in the yesterday's big crash, it was lots of hail around, and there is a need, right, to inform, which is the next part, informing the protestee. That's a big must on a protestor. The other guy needs to know that he is being protested if you are protesting. So there is a provision here. A boat intending to protest shall inform the other boat at the first reasonable opportunity. When her protest will concern an incident in the racing area, she shall hail protest and conspicuously display flag. Depends which boat you are. Probably you are all not needing displaying the flags because your classes are shorter than 6 meters. And it is just a hail that is important. So what it says, a boat intending to protest shall inform the other boat at the first reasonable opportunity. So this reasonable opportunity, inform first time, is related to everything. But if it is incident on the water, then it shall be hailed as well with word protest. I don't know what in Greek book you have. That's the safest word to say in every language, because in the previous editions of the book, I remember every nation has its own. We Croats, we have our own word, but we translated protest here just to be sure that we do not do mistakes about it, that the other person is properly informed that there is an action going against him. And in the previous set of rules, we used to have something like that we can hail protest or words to that effect. And once we had a hearing when the Japanese sailor put into the writing that he was calling the other guy on the water, words to that effect, words to that effect. So he thought that this is the expression to tell the other guy. So we abolished that principle that we will introduce any other word. So it is protest, widely accepted. So even Japanese will hail you protest, not words to that effect. And then that word, shall it be heard or not? It's another question. So she shall hail protest and conspicuously display a red flag at the first reasonable opportunity for it. So this is area where the judges, when you come into the room, will look whether that information was properly passed on and where the circumstances to excuse bits of it. So you may hail, but the other boat might not have heard. So the simple rule requirement is met because you hailed. You hailed protest, but whether it's heard, it's another story. Okay, however, if the other boat is beyond hailing distance, the protesting need not hail. So you may believe it's always safer to hail, first, full stop. But you may not hear, if the boat is passed fast away, when you have a fast boat, you have catamarans, and you say, poof, there is an incident, you stopped, and the other boat just fly away. So you can't just hail because he will not hear it. So both need not hail, but she shall inform the other boat at the first reasonable opportunity. So that's another option of fulfilling the formalities. If the hull length is, we said that 6 meters and more, no red flag needed. If the incident was an error by the other boat in sailing the course, she need not hail or display red flag, but she shall inform the other boat either before or at the first reasonable or after other boat finishes, because until our boat finishes, you don't know whether he will correct the error going around the course and missing the marks. So this is one of the provisions. If as a result of the incident, a member of either crew is in danger or there is an injury or serious damage that is obvious to the boat intending to protest, the requirements of this rule do not apply to her, but she shall attempt to inform the other boat within the time limit of Rule 61. So this is an extraordinary circumstances when we have a problem, like might have been in that crash we've seen on the film yesterday. If the race committee, technical committee, or protest committee intends to protest the boat concerning the incident, the information should be made, and the time limit for them also applies. So it is not just for you, it is for all people involved. It's always protest time limit that may be extended if there is a good reason to do that. And this would be only done by the race, but protest committee decides whether there is a good reason to extend it. And if it is a good reason to extend protest time limit, it is then it shall extend protest time limit if it is a good reason. And of course, this could be a situation we said before, that protest committee has a window, has an opening to protest whenever there is a danger of injury or serious damage. So it is an obligation to inform as soon as reasonably possible the parties that are involved. And we, of course, when we discover in the hearing process somebody that is not party, then this rule deals with it in a way that this will be then adjourned, and then we will get all the parties together and start all over again. Now we come to the part. Any questions to this one? Okay, save for later. Contents, protest contents. Now we come to our exercise. So I tell you what I did, and I will show you on the screen. Bear with me, as usual. Okay, I need to open that. Where is my exercise? Yeah. So first exercise was just you write down the protest and deliver it within 5 minutes. And I offered you only blank paper for that one. So the rule says that the protest should be in writing. Not say it should be on the phone. So all the protests that are meeting the requirements of what is written in 61.2 should be considered properly done. Where is my exercise? Good Lord. Oh yeah. I opened wrong. Surprising. I will stop sharing this and share another one. Okay, you remember the first case? The first case was, we can do that one as well. Anyway, you remember the case, and I don't want to find out this video, it's difficult. So this is what I wrote down. It looks like it's very nothing, right? But let's analyze the rule. Would this be sufficient? And please criticize if I'm wrong. I'm happy to learn. The rule says, let me organize. Kostas, can you help me? Do we see both? I want to have a
We
PDF.
see a word.
Only word. Aha, okay, thank you. So let me. Okay, so I can open also the Safari PowerPoint. Aha. Do we see now the I hope we
Yes,
two
we see
documents.
both.
I'm really improving. I'm just proud of myself. Thank you very much, Kostas. I will be lost without you. Okay, so what the rule says? Rule says the protest shall be in writing. Did I write it down? Yes. Well, it does. Yeah, I typed it. I think that fills up the definition. Right, it's written. Then the second thing is, and identify the protestor and protestee. Well, this I did not put down because what I said, it's we were sailing on starboard tack and boat on port tack collided with us and chopped off last 3 meters of our stern. We love to avoid contact, but it still happened as port tack have done nothing to avoid us. What I identified is nothing. I just identified this port tack, starboard tack, right? I did not identify those guys. All right, so that seems like a mistake, isn't it? What about second one, incident? Okay, I think this is incident. If you criticize this is not, please chat in and we can discuss it. I believe this is incident because I described what happened. We were on starboard, the other boat was on port, we collided, damage happened. I described what was damaged, and I also described one additional information about trajectory of our course and comment on action of other boat. So this is what I believed was incident. So this might be fine, I hope. We can discuss that later. Where and when incident occurred, it's nothing much said in my description here. It only says port tack, it says starboard tack. It may be where we can guess it is on a beat or maybe downwind, we don't know. So where and when is not met. So another mistake. Then D, any rule the protestor believes was broken. Oh, I did not bother mentioning any number because I don't know the rules. I only know that 3 meters of my stern is missing. Right, so that may also be a mistake, right? Here. Then the name of protestor's representative, well, I don't know who will come to the hearing anyway, so I did not put that down neither. And then we have a little box here. However, if requirement B is met, so B is the incident, requirement A, which is protestor and protestee, may be met at any time before the hearing. So I'm off the hook because I hit the protest time limit, so I'm in time, my paper is in time, but before we start, I can add my name, I can add the name of the protestor, or I can name the boats or identify anyway. That's A. Let me see further. Any requirements D and requirements D and E may be met before or during the hearing. So everything I can type up before the hearing itself. So this may be even be posted, and then I come to time when the hearing is scheduled, and then I fill up all these details later. Please disagree with me if you think it's not the case. Requirement C may also be met before or during the hearing, provided the protestee is allowed reasonable time to prepare for the hearing. So this was a bit of disputing problems years before this new set of rules was introduced, because people would say in that famous form, we will post it as well, that we can, if we do not mention the whereabouts, the protest is invalid by itself, because if it is race 2, then you cannot change it later and say it is race 3. So the rule writers believed that that was not fair, because it is, if the parties agree of that bit, whether it's race 2 or race 3, we will not just freeze it to something that was miswritten on the paper, and people had in mind something like, well, that was on race first of the day, and it was on the first beat, but I put number 2 because that's administrative, and because of that error, we would just dismiss the protest, say, well, it's not met that requirement. So that requirement was modified in the recent issue of the rule book. So this can also be met before or during the hearing. So even during the hearing, we can realize, well, wait a minute, but that was not that beat. It was the beat of the race following it. And then we have to stop it and say, okay. So now we go to the next bit, and then we say the protestee need to be allowed the time to prepare for the hearing. Of course, the protestee can say, no, carry on, because I am aware this was then, and that's not an issue. But if there is some problems there, the rule protects protestee in a way that has right to ask for time to prepare. So I don't know, can I have votes? Did I do it right or not to be valid? So my protest, what I wanted to do is I just scribble down the incident that I cannot change later. So I cannot, the only thing among all of these, A, B, C, D, E, I cannot influence at any point in time later is the incident. So this is the reason for the exercise. I thought that wasn't too difficult for you, but if you have any criticism to this one, please come forward and we can discuss more in detail. And if, particularly if you have a case where your protest was dismissed because of some of these parts were missing. I can imagine that the first initial part, whether you hailed, whether you informed, and so on, you passed many times. And you will have a situation when the protester will say, well, I hailed, I showed the flag, I screamed, I said starboard, everything. And the other side guy would say, I heard nothing, I don't know, I'm not aware of the incident. So we have one-to-one, and then the validity would be discussed by the protest committee. So these parts. But I'm particularly interested if you have been through the process of this, that something missing here was disabling your protest. The second exercise that I also did myself, I put this way, because we said the second incident has a protest form. Document is that also. We can see it, right? Kostas?
Yes, we can see it.
As long as I'm in the same program, all the documents of that program pop up. Fantastic. Okay, so you see on that form, I had no time to put anything, even signature, nothing. But the rule is not saying that, in fact. So both protested or being considered, nothing I did. Nothing about informing. So all this here in this form is auxiliary. It is something that is recommended for the easier navigation, but it is not mandatory, because protest that is written just on a blank piece of paper would be enough if meets the requirements that are in 61.2. So what I did, I said, we were lured at the starting line to the boat with dog picture on the side. I don't even remember the name, I haven't seen the people. They drifted on us and made contact that bent our stanchion. Dog pictured boat had another boat to windward, and they seemed to contact each other too. So the only piece of information about identity, I have this dog, nothing else. I believe that this would not disable juries from hearing it because it is incident that is described. And if we stick to that incident, he would be later scrutinized by other details. So who is the other guy? And you need to fill up the requirements in time provided with 61.2. How I did, judges? Is any judge there on a comment?
Can I ask something about this?
Go ahead. Who is it?
I mean, if we write only this because we have no time,
Yeah.
could this be? I mean, could this be valid because we had no other information and the protested vote should say that does know everything about all this, and how this can be valid only with this information?
Okay, so your question is that you are missing here in my facts, in my incident, names, right? And the identity of the boat, the number.
Yes, but there's only this information, how they could be valid.
This is what I try to argue. If we read the 61.2, then what is content of the protest and its needed for validity is A, B, C, D, E.
Yes.
But B, C, D, E can be added later.
Okay.
So follow me. I'm not saying, and you are rightfully pointing to the word valid, and you are quite correct. My protest is not valid at this point, but my protest shall be accepted in the protest time limit. So I will hit the requirement of validity to be lodged in time. And as a party, as a protestor, I have right, according to 61.2, to fill up the later detail, the details that are missing later. Those details that are written here in A, B, C, and D are necessary for validity. And of course, if I do not provide the identity of the protestee because I don't remember protestee, it's not helping much the jury to find out how. But you know, if you have an information, if you have the picture of the dog, there are not many boats on the boat park that have dog on its hull. So you can go around and find it and identify. That's why you need time as a protestor to find correct identity. There are incidents on the water sometimes that you got collision, the other boat just disappears and you don't know who was it. So you have a bit of information that could be a color of the life jacket or color of the eyes. I mean, something that would then later allow you to have time to investigate who was that boat. That's why the rule is relaxed a bit on that. Rule is only not relaxed on the incident. So what I wanted to say is that incident needs to be, it's an eternal thing. It needs to be done and not changed later. So on the road to validity, that's a first step. We put down the incident and we run to the race office and register our protest. That's the first step of the validity, and nobody can turn down that paper and say that bit does not meet validity requirements, which is not the only one. There are other ones as well, because protests could be invalid for other reasons that we discussed before in hailing and informing and stuff like that. Okay? Does it answer your question or not? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, one more thing you reminded me, and thank you very much for that, is that I'm not saying it is a shortage of time. we could not believe that our reasoning for being late would appeal to the jury. And they will say, well, yeah, you think you were late? There is a good reason. I took my shower first, and then I came down to the race office and delivered the paper. There is no jury that would have sympathy for that. And there is no jury in the world that would have any antipathy to the paper that is wet coming in the race office. Doesn't really matter. This would signify that you were interested to fulfill the requirements that are met. So you did not delay or drag things or calculate or something. It is just a genuine requirement that you meet. So your paper can be wet. You don't have to go to shower and change, but the incident should be there in time. That's the message from this. What I'm saying also, if you don't have time, this is the minimum thing you do. If you have a little bit of more time, you can spare a little bit of later work if you mention more details. One of these more detail could be probably whereabouts and when, because then if you can see this rule how it's written, if we later on discover where and when it happened, then the jury will allow extra time, so it will be adjourned or dragged a little bit longer time. So you will save some time if you put more details into your paper, provided you have enough time. So it is absolutely in your hands. You need to be aware of what is necessary in the time and just organize yourself in a way that you do not lose because of stupid missing. For example, if you lose time on filling up this form with everything, please, we will have a break now, but I will just finish this. Ticking those boxes meticulously, signature, date, time, everything, and you miss this bit here. See, description of incident, you're lost. You will not be heard. And you meticulously put all the details in the form. You thought you're doing right thing. Actually, the rule is not requiring that. The rule is asking you immediately do this, because this is important. The incident is the only thing you cannot change. You need to lodge it in time. Toss it off to the race committee. Next question is, we will talk about it. What is the incident later after the break? And we will see what is the description of the incident. Is the description of the incident this? Or is it description of the incident this? Thank you very much.
Neven, I have a question too.
Yeah, okay. We have a lunch now, right? So we will.
Okay.
No. We will finish. Go with the question. Thank you. And then we'll have a little bit more.
My question is the following. Requirement A may be met at any time before hearing. So what happened with the protest time limit? It has to be posted on the board at the end of the when you post the hearing schedule.
Exactly. Exactly. That's where I said the protest committee, the race office needs to post that whatever with the blank spaces. That's the hearing that will be about that incident. This is extreme hypothesis. Never happens. Or this is all exercise. Because we're missing identities. We don't know who was it. Have an incident. So we will put an incident up. We will tick a sort of line. We will put a line, something, a protest pending, right? And it is a risk of the party, of the protestor, that something may go wrong, but within the rule, because the protestee will not be informed properly, rightfully what you said, by the board, so he cannot come. And that's a risk for the protestor. But that's not a later concern. The concern here was just, if we cannot inform the other person when is the hearing, that hearing could be adjourned because we don't still know the identity of the protestee. Many things happen on the race course. Sometimes we learn about the identity the next day. Happened to me. So it could be then, for good reason, adjourned. Sort of protest time could be extended, but this is to play with the reasoning of jury. So jury decides whether that's a good reason or not. And that's a risk on the part of the protestor. I hope it answers question. Do you agree, Kostas? Do you agree, Kostas?
Yes, I agree on that, although
Okay.
I'm not very happy with it.
No, neither me. No, I'm not saying yeah, it's an exercise. I wanted to fix into the sailor's mind. It is the incident that is important, and we will continue about the incident itself after the break. So I think this is lunch now, right?
Okay.
Kostas?
Yes. Bon appetit.
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh, okay, let's go. Who is it?
Stavros.
Stavros, go ahead.
So in Rule 61.2, you were talking about some requirements that can be met before the hearing, some during the hearing. So when exactly does the hearing start? So when is our last time to fulfill these requirements, depending on
Yeah, this is the problematic bit that Kostas initiated. So the hearing will be scheduled, and the hearing will be scheduled at the discretion of the protest committee. Because when the protest committee is able to put something on board, that's up to them, right?
Yes, but
if Sailor doesn't find himself on the board, you can't blame him. So the next occasion when he can be informed would be probably the next day or sometime. Personally, also.
I'm not talking about that. I want to deliver a protest. So according to the requirements of Rule 61,
yeah,
I have to put the incident.
Yeah.
And then I can meet requirement A, the protestor and the protestee, at any time before the hearing. So what is my limit to do that?
Before the hearing. And you don't know when the hearing will be because the protest committee haven't scheduled it.
Okay. So when it's my last
point is
my last limit to do and fulfill
before that hearing, yeah. But there is a risk in it because protest committee may struggle, or you are risking as a protestor that the person could not be informed because you didn't put it in. So it's in your best interest is to find the protestee and identify it as soon as possible. But sometimes maybe a hard work, but that's open. So what is the message of this exercise is by putting down the incident, you are not switching off possibility that the incident will be dealt with. Whatever the time will be, time to schedule it will be in hands of the protest committee. I hope I did answer. All right, if no more, we can discuss a bit further loud. Kostas, do we have now lunch, right?
Yes, Neven.
So next time is 2:35. 2:35 we are meeting again.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the attention. I now turn off, right? And then we'll log in back in 2 hours. If we are all here, I prefer to start. Kostas?
Yes, you can start, Neven.
Okay, perfect. All right, the last point we were talking about was validity, and we will conclude this actually description of the incident that bothered us a bit, and we had some discussion. What I said was, if all this form, which is very useful because it guides us through the 61.2 to not to miss requirements, it's very nice. But if all this, as I said, is filled in and we're missing this bit, and we will come to the hearing, and there is nothing written here, then we risk that it's not valid. Whereas all the rest we can actually change. For example, if you protest a boat and then you misspelled the number and you put the number on the of the boat wrong, that number will be even called. But before that hearing, because that will be posted, before that hearing, you can change that number when you realize finally who that was, and then you should be heard. Of course, you cannot be heard immediately because not the proper person was informed on the board about that hearing. But this still keeps your protest alive as long as it is all by the requirements as listed. Some people, some colleagues would think that if a person submits only a diagram, that would be enough description of the incident without any text, because hiding behind the say that picture says lots of 1,000 words, but it may be somehow faulty, but still it's fine. Some judges would even accept if there is nothing written here in incident, but everything else is filled up, and then it will be something like a rule here, and they would consider that if only rule is mentioned, which is, for example, 10 or 11 or whatever, 16, doesn't matter, that this would be description of the incident. I would not bet that a competitor would always be successful in validity. Some juries may think differently, so I would not count on that. Maybe judges can comment whether they would accept if only rule is mentioned here, provided that all the rest is fulfilled, right? You cannot just put on the paper rule 10 was infringed by me. I'm not sure that this would be enough. You can try, but well, with the great risk in my mind that it will not fly. All right. So next, in this rule book, in a line is a protest time limit. Protest time limit, it's something that is provided in the sailing instructions usually. But if the sailing instruction does not provide time limit stated in the sailing instruction, then time limit is 2 hours after the last boat in the race finishes. That's in the environment of Olympic sailing and youth sailing, I think, well regulated, and it's quite standardized. So it is usually 1 hour after the last boat finishes of the race, and that's posted, and everybody's used to that. But mind you, that time can be extended, and it can be extended. We'll talk later about it for the reasons that the jury decides it is worthwhile. Obligation of delivering all the rest of the protests, and this is the way that how the party is defended as well, because if it is not delivered and the party is not informed, even of the race committee and protest committee decisions, protests, the same rule applies to the race officials, so we can't get away with it and say, we'll do it later. No, the protest time limit applies also to any other body that is governing the event. So the time can be extended if it is a good reason, and the good reason means that the jury have to decide whether there is a good reason or not. And we can discuss that later. We can give some examples. And next is the redress that we will talk a bit later when we will get redress all together. But just to mention that time limit for redress is a bit different, because time limit for redress is either protest time limit or 2 hours after somebody was aware of it, of the reasons for the redress, and whichever is later. It's more convenient to the party on those two. But we will talk about it in a while. Okay, hearings. Now we're coming to the hearings. But the next option, because what Sailor has done, it is, paper is lodged. Now we need to fulfill all the other requirements, and we presumably will. So the protest committee is happy because you identify the parties, you identify the time and whereabouts of the incident, and the protest committee asks some questions, whether you hailed and how this all goes, and says it is valid. That's one way. Or the other way would be that you have still option of withdrawal. So if you decide not to proceed, you still can ask for withdrawal. So you say, well, I changed my mind, I don't want to protest anymore. So the protest committee decision is whether once you put the paper in, with that single little bit of information I put on a paper like an incident, this is already reason for the jury to decide to allow to be withdrawn on your request, provided, and for some reasoning. So it's not just you can say, I withdraw, and you not got to do with it. It's my decision. It may be denied. And yes, usually protest committees allow that, but in some cases it may not be allowed. For example, in example that we have this big crash in the film, I would not believe that the jury will allow withdrawal, because as you can see on the picture, some people got in the water. It could have been a big problem there. Who knows what happened with those people that dropped in the water? Of course, damage is excessive, but what about injuries? So in those circumstances, jury could even protest on its own. So that's one extreme. So probably you may not expect that jury will allow the withdrawal of the protest on the case that we had for the exercise. So when the jury will say no, probably it's when there was a contact other than incidental, and when significant advantage may be gained, right? Or when there is another protest pending for the same incident. So there is there is other party as well. There could be in our cases in the film, you can see some boats around. There might have been some other incidents as well that are connected. So there could be another protest lodged for the same area and same incident. In that case, probably jury will say, no, please, we will not allow you withdrawal of your protest. So it will be heard together with another case and so on. Well, if pressure has been applied to protester, you lodge that protest of paper, and then somebody says, don't dare you do it, because whatever reason. So that's sort of threat. In those cases, it's something that really smells to fair play and may drag into the 69er as well. So misconduct. So those things jury will not willingly just say, yeah, you withdraw if you are under the threat. But if the protest is clearly invalid on maybe even arbitration at the races, let's say you have arbitration possibilities, lasers often do that, for example. So if the arbitration is in place, then might have been successful. So there is no reason. In that case, the withdrawal is almost automatically accepted. Or maybe you believe that the rule wasn't broken in a lighter cases, not like this one on the film. Then, of course, the protest committee will say, fine, you believe rule is not broken, why would we allow it? Or maybe somebody has taken a penalty. That's maybe you learn later, and it's a minor infringement, not like the one in the film, but something different. And then you realize, but this guy who took a penalty, you were talking to him because you are obliged to inform him anyway. And well, they were realizing he said, take a penalty, so fine. that is, I will withdraw the protest. So this is the last. So there are two things. Either the protest will be heard or the protest is withdrawn for various reasons. So if it is heard, then the procedure goes like following. The protestor is one that needs to represent itself. And the protestor for the part 2, 3, or 4, those parts that we were discussing here, part 2 is the rules boat to boat, the protestor must be on board. All right? Otherwise, for all other rules, it could be that you can send, if you are protestor, that you can send some representative of yours. If you say, I'm not going to come to defend my cause, but you cannot afford that luxury if you were on board for the part 2 rule. So it's a port starboard, all these things we were talking yesterday. Or, for example, part 4, like 42 rule or some other rules, 44, for example, taking a penalty and things like that. So you need to be on board. But the jury protest committee still have an opening in the rule that's saying, well, we can accept a representative, but that's decision of the protest committee. I'll tell you now. And these are the words here written. So representatives of boats shall be on board at the time of the incident, unless there is a good reason for the protest committee to rule otherwise. The rule otherwise would be in cases when I don't know, something extraordinary happens. So you end up in a hospital and you say, well, if you cannot postpone this hearing waiting for me, then I send my lawyer. So the jury can say, fine, we go on with that. So that's a special circumstance. Then jury has still possibility to allow representation even for those parts. But that's entirely on the protest committee side, like it is written here. Witnesses, in the previous discussion about the incident, sorry, I'm going back, but maybe there is another light on things. Because you are in a time pressure to put your paper in, you are not able to collect all the witnesses, maybe to see all the videos that are available, did any footage appear. So in order not to waste time on collecting all these things to prepare for your hearing, it is much better or witnesses, you don't know who actually witnessed at the time that maybe protest time expires. And then after, if it is a complex case, you can always even ask the jury or the protest committee to maybe postpone the hearing because you need some extra time for preparation, giving the reasons that you have a witness that is at the moment in hospital or is engaged somewhere, and he can be available at such and such time, and then you can negotiate that bit. So there could be a good reasoning and discussion between you and the protest committee. So what I'm emphasizing again, and I will stop now because I'm overemphasizing incident. So I think that you have a liberty to prepare your case in a way that incident is rightfully presented with all the unnecessary details in the first place later. Okay. Any questions? Just go kick in anytime you want. If you arrange your witnesses, they are persons, but also you can arrange for footage or any other evidence that you want to be presented, and you have full right. If you are protestor, you have full right. And the same as if you are protestee and you receive the allegation, you also have all these rights to allow time for prepare and also to present all the evidence available that you can and all the witnesses that you want to be heard. So there are two packs, sort of evidence in material evidence like video, like any other thing, or broken rudder. And you have also persons that have witnessed the incident. So all these things should be examined and witnesses heard. What is important is that witness during the hearing when it starts cannot be present only, it can be present only when it gives evidence, but not for the entire hearing procedure. Let me see if I have found something else for a...
Neven, can I ask something?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you have an evidence for video, what is going to happen when the video is rejected from the jury? What is the steps that a jury can reject a video?
If I understood your question well, jury cannot reject video evidence. It's not an option. What jury can do is declare, not taking it as evidence to support your view. But all the jury, protest committee, they are obliged to see the evidence if you present it. You also, if you cannot get your evidence in time because of reasonable cases that need some physical time to, I mean, to fetch the venue, or, you know, because could be helicopter somewhere, and then you know there is a footage, and then you are aware of it, and you want that footage to be seen, then you need some time to present it. You can always negotiate with the protest committee, say, listen, I have this and this to present, I need time, please watch it. So back to your question, all evidence that you believe is in your favor, protest committee is obliged to see and listen. So if I regret if you had any bad experience that people say we don't want videos, except just let me finish, except there are classes, I've been to many 40 worlds or other 440, and there are some other classes as well, where explicitly is written that video will not be accepted as evidence. But that's a separate condition, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So if there is no restrictions on that, some classes obviously like it. I mean, RRS 66 doesn't like 42, so they pump. And I mean, video evidence is not allowed to come to the door. So people do respect that and don't bring any videos. Some in modern times, drone evidences also are sort of on the edge. Some classes allow, some classes don't allow. It is all about particular ruling. But in general picture, evidence that you bring needs to be heard or seen. Can you now interrupt?
No, it's I'm okay about that, but I have a really bad experience on that because the videos was not.
What you had experience that the jury said we are not going to look at the video.
No, they look the video, but they don't accept as an evidence.
So they looked at the video, but they had a different conclusion out of looking at that video. So you've seen one thing and they've seen the other thing. So they believed that they do not get information that will be in your favor, but nothing you can do about it because the jury decides whether that video is useful for them or not. Okay. Maybe you disagree with them. I sympathize. But, you know, life is such, if it is something blatant, then I feel sorry for that jury, because if it is something sort of obvious that the whole world can see and that they neglected it, so that's another story, but I could not criticize my colleagues that way. It will be unpolite and unfair.
Criticize too.
Go ahead, sorry?
No, I will not criticize too about that.
Yeah. So the problem is, you may be disappointed that your view was not supported enough and presented in a way that the jury would accept your own way of thinking. And well, those things happens. What I should warn about the photographing and video evidence is many times it's really useless many times. And the crucial evidences from those videos may be missing. The camera then goes away exactly when it actually should have stayed, that the jury can see, yeah, now, and then disappears. So you may believe, or you can even in your mind believe that this is on the video. It's not. Until some place after that, they need a firm evidence that this happened, especially with the overlaps, laughs, and the distances problem as well. People bringing videos with the starting line to the jury, and that's all distant. And then the starting line is this, you know whether you don't know where the camera was, how was angle, and timing was sometimes different. So it is not an easy evidence. Other thing that people like to bring, and they argue a lot, is a tracking tool. And the tracking is so unprecise. Not a worthwhile evidence in the jury room could be taken from it unless you can prove that that boat was there. But if you can argue that the overlap existed 1 meter, 2 meters, this is absolute waste of time. Even at the level of the Olympics, the equipment is not such that would firmly, that you can rely on that and say, yes, maybe America's Cup can afford, but not even Olympics can. So the equipment there for tracking is sort of in a developing phase. One day will be perfect, perhaps, if we would maybe do it, but they are really sometimes very not useful. But I'm stressing again, more and more nowadays, protests are actually decided by video. So I'm not discouraging you to bring the video evidence, because many juries nowadays, if the video is good, it is really good, then there's no way out. People really trust their eyes. And this is also influencing the jury decision. So if they see, fine. Recently, we have a discussion a lot about how long after racing you can actually protest, and how long after racing you can bring the evidence that was not available at the time of the incident, because filming appears a week later, and then you see, wow, my God, that was opposite the one that we actually discussed, or we did not have that evidence in the jury room. It will be good to protest under that because that's an incident. And the new rule book actually prepares some kind of limit that this could be a cut-off time after which one no other incidents, even if the evidence becomes available, would be dealt with, because it would just be too overwhelming. It would be impossible nowadays. This modern technological disruption is actually so vast, and then you can always find a reason to complain and then make a video. So there will be some limitation on how long after the event or whatever a game would allow for hearing protests based on incidency. I hope I answered your question. Do you have any more?
No, I'm fine. It was absolutely okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thanks for pointing that out, because we will discuss sometimes what we bring to the jury, we strongly believe in it, and that's what we know, because this is our eyes. I'm sure it happened that way. But then you have a protestee that says, which is completely, so we allow for a different angle and views. And mind you, it is something that you have missed that other party have seen. So other party have seen bit that you have missed and built her or his story around that fact. And so it is very interesting to see that. So we need as a jury to combine these things together and make out a ruling that makes sense, and we'll discuss that later anyway. Thank you very much. Right to be present. So, okay. So what if we have people that do not turn up? So your third option is, okay, you lost the paper, you want to send a representative, and your representative fails to come. You are sitting in a hospital, and then you didn't turn up, actually. You were not represented. Jury can go on. And you can always have a chance to argue without any party. Theoretically, if there is a paper that I lodged in at the beginning of today's discussion, obligation of practice committee is to listen, to see this paper. If they received only what I wrote down on, they will say, well, we don't have any other elements. It is only element B, and A, C, E are missing. This is invalid, out. And no persons are actually around the table, unless the jury learns from that line, wow, it's a 3 meters of stern missing. Oh, let's investigate that. So we will protest and find who this is. So this is the option for the jury there. So if parties are not present, no worries, jury can still decide. So if you decide not to come, you are giving your game away. So the jury will decide without your presence, without your possibility to question witnesses or the protestee, or the other way around. If you are protestee as well, you fail chance to defend yourself. But the jury can still decide. So because the rule says if a party is missing, so that would mean both parties, not one. It is not that one party only. It is one or the other or both missing. Hearing still carries on. All right? If the jury would usually make an attempt, if you come, it is a friendly environment in general. So if you come and in time for protest to be heard, jury would wait usually a few minutes and will try to find another person. Why the jury will do that as well? Because we can fall into this sentence here. If the party was unavoidably absent, the committee may reopen the hearing. So if there is some delay, it would be nice not to waste time to hear again the whole story, because we need to address this unavoidability. So a jury is then actually lenient to accommodate and wait a little bit or help to find the party. Anyway, protest goes on, parties are absent or present, doesn't matter. If it is unavoidably or unable to attend, there is option to adjourn or change the time and so on. Okay, but if the jury proceeds without the parties, what is written on that paper will decide the destiny of the doings. So if it is nothing really, just port starboard, well, probably will be dismissed. But if there is a contact and there's a clear description based on the facts, based on the description of that incident, jury can establish facts that could lead, even in the absence of both parties, that either or both of them are responsible. So they may be penalized, theoretically. So even the party that lodged the protest, the protestor, can be disqualified or penalized. So there is no safety. You never know what destiny this letter will, once is lodged in, follow. So it is better to have some control of it for your own sake and result. But life is as is. Then the next thing is that protest hearings are sort of different environment in different classes, and everyone has its own particularity. For example, if you have optimists, then we usually have a myriad of parents around. Everybody wants to see and hear. And the jury would always allow this, especially with the young people, that comforting presence of adult of his own confidence is around when he faces those Inquisition guys in front. It's horrific for probably a small kid to come to the jury. So anyway, observers in general are allowed. So, but it's again in the hands of the jury. So if a party, you are a competitor, you want your coach to be present, then he is allowed to be present upon request, and the jury will almost always decide yes, provided the observer follows a particular sets of rules, that does not make eye contact with you, that cannot be any more witness in the same case, because he is there sitting and watching everything. So he cannot be witness anymore. And he cannot record or otherwise impede or interfere with the hearing. So also what is important, other jury members should be comfortable with that fact. So jury decides on its own upon that request. Sometimes limiting environment like small rooms and things like that may sort of reduce the number of people that we can accommodate. And we say, well, fine, then one party each or some other arrangements. The only time when observers can be for the whole time, except when the jury deliberates, when the jury decides the case and talks among themselves. So that's the rule of observers. I think you've been across this, and many times observers would be around. It's very special, and it's helpful actually for the competitors, because then the coach has a different eye. Because if you are a competitor, you come into the hearing and then you have completely different sort of emotion, and you go with your own case. So the coach or some observers around can actually later on remark and tell you from the outside angle what and could have been better with you during that hearing, or advice or something, because he would be a calm, maybe coaches will not be a calm witness of it, but maybe some others. Anyway, so this is a possibility, and you are all rights to do it. Also, when the decision is given, it is given in front of anybody that wants to be present. It really does not matter. So that's all open. All right. Let me see what I missed in this rule. I'm talking, but I'm not sure. Conflict of interest. Yeah. This is very important for you as well, because sometimes if you enter the room and then you see some familiar faces that you don't like, oh yeah, that would not be the reason. But faces that you believe may have a conflict of interest, then as a competitor, it's right time to say that. But it is very common practice, and it's very usual that the chairman of that protest committee will immediately ask you, when they introduce each other, whether you have objection to a composition of the jury, and you at that moment a time to tell that and say, yeah, I don't want this gentleman or lady because such and such reason. Reason could be various, could be whatever the conflict of interest could be. It could be a financial, could be that can gain or lose because of the decision of that jury. So that person on the jury would manipulate through the hearing and deliberations in the favor of his own interest. If you suspect that, then you have to object it. So this is what 16.3.4 is saying. A protest committee member shall declare any possible conflict of interest as soon as he is aware of it. So this also applies to the jury member himself or herself. So at the moment of when the parties come all in, at that very moment, you may not even think about it. But then in the middle of the hearing, a jury member can stand up and say, oh my goodness, I think I should not be sitting here. And then he goes out, and that's it. But who decides whether there is a conflict of interest? It is jury again. So jury needs to decide. So objection is given, jury then withdraws and decides about it, and then communicates the decision to the requester, which would be then, yeah, we accept your remark and that person will be off, or we don't see grounds for your objection and we carry on as we are. Okay. And we carry on as we are if it is this applicable, right? If it is not significant or something. Well, we can discuss on all levels of the racing and stuff, but at the top racing that you all guys are involved in, this rule is very well observed, and at the level of the Olympics, we can even afford, although it is not necessary, we can afford that not your nationality is not even there. Although the rule says nationality itself is not reason to have a conflict of interest. There are other hidden conflicts of interest that jury, usually at the top level events, are obliged to declare to the world sailing and say, this and these connections I have to those and those competitors in different walks of life. It could be financial, could be business-like, or family related or else. So those all things should be actually noted down and given to the world sailing to decide whether the person is suitable to serve on that jury on the high level event. But what we have a problem, because on the bottom level event we will always have interested people, because our dads, parents, daddies, nannies, they are all around our life. So they are all serving in the sport. But in that case, we carry on, but those people would usually declare it in front of the whole community. If the local, I am father of that, and he is my son, or I am uncle, or whoever, so that everybody is, that would be nice to say. We need service, but it is nice to know that the people is aware of it, because awareness of it itself would guarantee higher fairness of the decision or doing. Anyway. Okay, views of the past is decided what I said, so view of the parties is taken into account. And this I just covered now, I'm saying. World sailing shall not be member of the protest committee. So that's ruling of the higher authority then. At the beginning of the hearing, what the judges will ask you, of course, is about the validity, whether you hailed, and at the beginning, as it rules as hearing, the protest committee shall take any evidence it considers necessary to decide whether all requirements. So this is what we dealt with before. For the protest or request for this have been met. So those are A, B, C, D, E, in time frame as it is written in the rule. And if that's all fine, the protest is then valid. So now we go to the final validity. Protest is valid, and after that, hearing is continued, and there is no way back. Once the validity is resolved, don't mention later on about the validity, because this is you had already time to object that. After that valid, we continue with the hearing. If those requirements are not met, like here, the protest is then invalid and hearing will not going to take place. That's it. If it is dealt with this rule, then we address if injury or serious damage resulted from the incident, they need to address that one. If it is invalid, but still a problem. Let's say paper that I gave in a rush to the race committee about this big crash with the big boats, they declare invalid. They can look into that. Three meters of the stern missing. Let's get in so we can carry on with that one. But on the jury or the protest committee initiative. So actually, there are ways when the invalid protest actually can get through, but it's not in very nice circumstances, because that would include not nice things like injury or big damage. We go on. Let me see in my notes if I have anything else to say. So what would jury then continue? Once we declare it is valid, then the question is, I need help from my judges, fellow judges, when the hearing is actually starting. Is it starting when we talk about validity, or it's starting when we conclude validity is met? So that's a question for a brainer, but not for you guys. So that's a matter for the sailors. It's something that you are bound by jury anyway. So, okay, the jury will always ask a protester to tell the story first, and then the protester will tell her or his story, and will probably glance at the protestee and say, did you understand what he said? And usually say yes. Then the protestee story goes. So it's story one, story B. Story one, story two. And after that, two stories are heard. You're familiar with that process, I think. Then you question each other. And then once this is finalized, then the jury would accept all the bunch of witnesses or evidences that the parties have prepared. right? And that would be protestor's witnesses first in per our procedure, because he is accusing, so he will start with the, and then evidence by evidence and witness by witness. It's decided by the jury. No, it is decided by the party. So the party decides who wants to be present, which evidence, in which order. So you can arrange the way you think it feeds your case, because you need to defend your case. You are presenting the case how you have seen it. And every single detail you may find significant in order of presentation as well. So it is up to you to decide who to call, when to call. But the responsibility is that those evidences and those witnesses are ready, because jury is not going to chase them around. You need to prepare them, and they need to be waiting outside. And I come back. If you have problem collecting everything, jury will always have a sympathy to give you extra time if there is a good reason for that. And the hearing should be rescheduled, but not at the time of the hearing. It's already in progress. That would be then not granted. So if your witness decides that it's too long wait and disappears, unfortunately, this is a tough luck. So all those bunch of people and all those coffers of evidences, they need to be prepared to be heard, not to waste time. But in order you decide, because it is witness of party A, it is questioned by party B first. Once the questions are exhausted, it goes to the party A to question its own witness, and then the jury can ask questions as a third one, and that ends the story. The similar procedure goes with the evidence. Evidence is presented by one person, which is protestor at first. Evidence is then questioned by the protestee, the other party, and then questioned by the jury. Of course, the same thing then should be provided for the other party. So protestee has all the same rights as the protestor, because the jury just had the, sort of eye blinds on the justices. So the protestee has all the rights to explain his story and bring all the witnesses in order it wishes. There is a problem about piling up witnesses, piling up evidences that would always keep repeating, telling the same exact story. There is no power of the jury to decide, no, we don't want to hear it anymore. But it would be polite not to repeat on and on cases that would be carbon copy of each other. So if you bring 3 witnesses that would say the same exact story in letter, that would be waste of jury's time. You're not going to win their heart or sympathies. If you have 3 witnesses saying absolutely the same thing, nobody, because they will not support you. Okay, they will just say, oh, one more thing, but the same. So it will not help much to you, but it may just drag on and on hearing for no reason. Of course, the jury will politely ask you if that witness is going to say the same. Don't you realize it may not be necessary? So there will be some nice talk about it to talk you out of repeating stuff. Okay, so the jury will not usually the jury will not ask questions until everything is exhausted. Now, all the witnesses, all the evidences, all people heard. The jury will spare questions unless there is some clarification that some of the jury members may not know, may miss to something. They may ask for clarification, but the questions from the jury may not be actually until the very end. One thing more is you can name the jury, race committee, anybody that is potential witness to you, and at the time they will also witness, and you can question the jury, race committee, any organizational part of the regatta, the same procedure as it was with the witnesses and with the evidence. Also, jury will say, well, because we are now on the water all the time, so we see incidents. So we put notes down. If something happens, catches our eye, we put a note down just in case if somebody come, we can be a witness. And then if middle of the hearing, a jury member realizes, oh my goodness, I've been there, so I think I've seen it. Then immediately he declares, oh, I have seen that, I could be the witness. So parties know that there could be another person to be questioned. And that's what jury offers as a service. That's one good part, that's why jury is on the floor. Okay. After all this is exhausted, the final word to you, sailors, is don't repeat anything. My advice is say to the jury what you learned or all you learned from that hearing that supports your case, not repeating anything that was said. Like this. Witness such and such said this and this and this that supports my version of that happened this and this. So you take from evidence taken from the real life to draw attention to the jury why you need to win that case in front of them. So if you go on and say all the same story again, trying to convince in the same story, it is again a waste of time. Otherwise, you just say, no, nothing, we exhausted all the evidences, we said everything we want, now you decide. But if you want to have a final word, train yourself in a way that you pick up the right things that would support and that you learned during that hearing. That's very important. That's why we have witnesses and evidences that are discovered during the hearing that would support your case. Then you draw attention to those details to the jury, and then it is very likely you will be attended very much, because that would be also something drawing attention to the jury of the things that we learned during the hearing. Thank you very much. Prepare your questions for the next start. I think we have now break, right? Or start?
Yes, we can go to a break, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. So the next session starts 15:30. And please prepare questions if you have so far. Microphone comes. Hello, everyone. Video disappears. Microphone. Okay, now I have both. Thank you. So I just looked through my notes.
Please, Neven.
Yeah.
A little bit back, step back, because we cannot hear you full face. Okay, thank you very much.
Ah, you want my face? Well, why? What is interested about? All right, it's okay. Right. Perfect. So where we are now? I looked again through my notes. Do you have any questions, guys? Please. All right, so it's good. Everything clear. Through my notes, I found I did not mention translators. You could be in an environment where the translators are needed because nobody speaks your language. And this is all okay, but I wanted to say one more thing as well. It's if you write down your protest in Greek language, and do you think that your protest will be heard, that is valid or not? I think the human rights go that way, that yes, that's correct. Your protest should be, well, you are encouraged to do it for your own good in English because it will be quicker. But if there is no other way you can express yourself, technically you can do it in any language. That's important. But also you are right, you have right to use, to have a translator if you cannot be understood. But what usually jury will offer, if there is your mother tongue speaker among the jury members, they will offer that help so the translator will not be needed. Many times jury will still allow, and you can afford that translator, interpreter, you may say. But that gentleman, if it is part of your team or something like that, cannot be, let's say it's your crew, or coach or somebody, sorry, cannot be a witness later. So you may be carefully looking at who to pick, if that's option anyway. Okay, that's it. Where we are now, let me see.
Neven,
Go ahead.
Can you check the chat because there are 2 questions there?
Ah, lovely. I was not. Thank you very much for this. Oh, chat. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Answer to the question of Cleopatra, obviously you can all see it. If you do a protest, can you also write the person at the rounding mark as a witness? Yes. Why not? Sometimes I would think that the witnesses that are less sailor sort of minded, that they do not create stories, could be quite good witnesses because they would see this thing. For example, if you, what we usually do with our judging trainings, we say, well, if you did not see things happen, you cannot stand by them. Maybe I should turn this way because some glare in the film. So how could you be a witness if you haven't seen something clearly, like mark touching? So you may imagine, yeah, it might have been, but if you haven't seen it. So the person that is not race-minded, he will not think about these things. He will just see things and say, oh, I've seen that and that. And that little bit of information could be maybe sometimes very detrimental. Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, step back, step back. All right. That's the only question from Cleopatra. Thank you, Cleo.
And Harris, you have a question.
All right, let's see, Harris. Oh, that's earlier then.
Yeah.
What from Harris? I have a. If in the starting line lots of boats get mixed up, how the juries will act for the cases? Do you think that the jury will protest every single one because there is a touch? I don't think so. It doesn't really happen in real life. It ever happened to you? It is up to the sailors to protest each other, if that's what you mean. But if it is something gross and it is the damage, of course people will do and go on. If it is something flagrant jury see, especially if it is connected to Rule 2, fair sailing, those times you may expect jury can act, but jury normally does not. What I urge you to learn about is jury policies. There is a certain document, it's online as well, on the website of World Sailing, how the jury acts and when the jury will protest, because jury will not generate unnecessary job, because it will be just not helping the whole regatta in good way if we are piling up with every single thing. It is a responsibility of the sailors to take care of the rule, complying with the rules. So in those documents, you can find sort of priorities when the jury would act in what circumstances and so on and so forth. Mark touchings, like for example, or similar. So if that answers your question, is it okay, Haris? Is there any other question? What from your that's Haris? Okay. All right. I think I exhausted questions here. So if you notice, if anyone notices here, just let me know. Maybe I can leave a little window here. All right. Taking evidence, finding facts. I think we exhausted all in 63.6. We have here a very useful rule. Maybe you are not aware of it, but just in case that you that 63.7, where there is a conflict between rules. Usually we think about notice of phrase and the sailing instructions. They're saying one thing and the notice of phrase saying another thing. Then this is a useful rule that jury has a possibility to weigh which one we go. So okay, this is 6 different races. It says by itself what it is. In a different organism shall be heard, but okay, doesn't matter. Does it affect sales much? It does, but because you need to know which jury you are going to be presented with. Okay, this is an interesting rule now, but let me see whether I have any other comments for you. Final statements, I told you, deliberations, yeah. Okay, well, after you do your final statement, then all people that are attending the hearing will be asked to leave, and the jury will brew decision and will tackle with all the evidence, and after a while they will be called in back, and you will be given decision. Not only decision, but nowadays usually you will be read also the facts found and the conclusions that the jury believes support those facts and decision that comes out of it. So you may not always agree, of course, that's very usual, but you can always later on discuss, or when there is a time. Usually jury don't have much time when the process of hearing, after a hearing, so brief explanation can be given. But if you wish, you can always later on talk calmly with jury about the reasoning for the decisions and so on. All right. Well, maybe just to mention in those ordinary cases when you have a boat versus boat, and because like we had a speaker before saying that the jury did not accept the video evidence the way she wanted to present, she saw. So the jury have a sort of many different evidence that is collecting during the hearing. So you must understand that that hearing itself, only that process that produces the witness, what witness says, what evidence is showing, is in that room only. It is not outside that room. So what is presented in that room is considered by the jury, not what actually happened, because nobody knows. We are reconstructing the happening because we are such a sport that we just cannot freeze. It's not a car accident that the car stays there and then the jury comes and measures. Everything is alive. So we are reconstructing what most probably happened based on what is heard in that hearing, not what, I mean, myriads of evidences or witnesses around, even seagulls have seen it, but we did not hear that in that room. So what is heard in that room is considered when the jury makes decision, and that decision is then maybe sometimes disappointing to parties because they don't see the link with their version and the jury version. But keep this in mind that people have that room only to decide. So this is the way it is. That's the way how we deal with things, because we don't have any other, we didn't come up with any better solution for now. So the basis for decision is if there are some sort of missing information in it. It could be balance of probabilities because the jury has its own experience. As I told you yesterday, the juries are composed of people that have experience in the same class as well, not just people that are experts in rules, but also the people that are sailed in that class. So out of all this, most probable scenario would be created and presented out of evidence, and just as a reminder. So you may get surprises, but that's how life goes. Penalties. When the protest committee decides that a boat that is party to a protest hearing has broken a rule and is not exonerated, how we are exonerated we discussed yesterday, because there are scenarios around the mark. It is scenarios when you are compelled to break, when a boat is compelled to break the rule, and then if it is compelled, somebody else breaks the rule and pushes you into breaking your rule your own self, then there is an exoneration. So exoneration is which way? You can also take a penalty. Somebody has taken a penalty. So it may be exoneration already within that hearing, learned of the fact that somebody has taken a penalty. So if the boat is not exonerated, then the penalty follows. And the penalty could be what? Would be usually disqualification. Here, let's see what it says. It shall disqualify. Yeah, of course. Disqualify her unless some other penalty applies. What some other penalty mean? It is that applies penalty that is provided, perhaps in the sailing instructions, notice of phrase, class rules, maybe some class rules provide for, or maybe some discretionary penalties that are listed, but that's part of the sailing instructions anyway, so I think it's covered. Now we come to another point here, whether not applicable rule was mentioned. So you believe that you break rule 11 or something, and that you break 13 instead. Jury decides whether that's 11, 13, 10, or 16, whatever, based on the evidence that they have listened during the hearing. So you may be surprised, but the rule could be then different. Usually there are many rules. They say it's 10, 14, 11, 16. Many rules could be mentioned, especially then the sailing instruction rules as well, not so phrase and so on. So you may not be, as a sailor, even aware. That's not a point of concern, because the sailors need not to be experts on those things. That's why you have juries around that they can distinguish these details. The numbers are not important. What is important, I come back again, incident is important, and the facts are important. And the presentation of those facts to the jury is important. The rest is not worry for you. The jury will decide which rule and where it could be found and so on. Yes, it is helpful if you know every single rule number, but it is not detrimental for the success of your case. Oh, we have a question. Now I'm getting. A boat that has been disqualified in a race for other reasons has the right to protest another boat in the same race. Yeah. Incident is incident. Even the boat that would, let's say, be considered not eligible for racing. There are some cases, if anybody is fan of reading a lot of cases of us, there are some cases where the boat turn up on the starting line and later on he was denied entry itself. He was declared like not eligible to compete. And the case would then say, no, even if he was not eligible to compete, he was part of the racing at the time and he has right to protest. Of course, so the answer to Danaim is that yes, it can. So, okay, and that's what we were saying about exoneration. It's contained in this rule itself, 64.1 A, compelled. So if boat is compelled to break the rule, is there is no other way. So if the boat cannot get away without breaking the rule, that's something like being compelled. But if there is escape to break that rule, then there is no excuse. So be careful with that. So if a boat has taken an applicable penalty, she shall not be further penalized under this rule unless penalty for a rule she broke is a disqualification that is not excludable from her series score. I can give you an example. If you take a penalty, and according to the rule 44, when you make a turn, but the rule itself says that you actually have to retire because you caused serious damage. And you may not be even aware at the time, so that you caused the serious damage. So the retirement could be then a process later. You can come to the race officer. I just now got an information about what happened, and then I wish to retire because I caused this. And the rule obliges you to retire. So if you fail to do that, then you may end up with the upgrading penalties like D&E. So that could be then not excludable. So if the rule already gives you an opportunity or actually demands you to do something and you refuse to do it, so then in the hearings, the protest committee can discover, oh, well, this gentleman still did not retire after hearing all this evidence. We believe that he deserves an upgrade on penalty. So that's why the B is here in place. Okay, we have another question. Okay, question is, if there is a damage or injury, does 64(1)(a still apply even if the damage was caused from the boat B, the one who was compelled to break the rule? Let me see, what is A saying? When a consequence of breaking the rule, boat compelled another boat to break the rule, the other boat shall be exonerated. Well, I'm not sure if I understood the question quite well, but if by the breach, damage or injury does, whether there is a damage or injury, because if the damage or injury is caused by your breach of rule and you were compelled to do it, so it is one that compelled you is, of course, to blame. The third boat caused you to break the rule, and with that breach, there is a damage and something unfortunate. That bit is then apportioned to the responsible boat that compelled you to break the rule. Click me if I understood your question. I think that's what I would answer to this one. So yes, my answer is yes, A is still there to that boat, even if the damage or injury is caused by. Was that NCTH1? Okay, if the boat's broken around. Let me see what I want to talk now more. What is the program? Decision on redress. I think we can move now to another topic, unless you have more questions to this part, because this part was about your actions and your relations to the protest committees and outcomes of those incidents and hearings for you. So I try to present it way from your point of view, from the sailor's point of view, what is useful for us as a sailors when we come to the protest, not to waste our times and to win our cases. So if you have any more questions, I'll be very happy to answer. I haven't got NCTH1, I'm not sure. Are you happy with the answer or you have more? All right, I hope it's fine. All right, so just to conclude, the jury nowadays really reads facts because in all these transparent times we live, everything is disclosed, so everybody is entitled to see what is written about him or her. And the juries nowadays very careful, and they really put down the facts they found, they declare it, they read it to the parties, and the parties can also question it, and they can give their opinion or share opinion with the juries, because jury can learn from it. But there are some other ways of appeals, and that we will address a little bit later. But now we want to go to redress, and then we will, after we finish redress, we will end up with appeals and reopenings. Or maybe we can talk. Okay, let's talk reopenings now. I mean, once you got your decision in hand, if you are unhappy with all, just unhappiness is not enough. It needs to be a good reason to make another addressing. So that you want this rule talks, this hearing to be actually revisit the case. When you will have rights to revisit the case is contained in Rule 66. You can jump a little bit forward now, but that would equally apply to redress. So it doesn't matter whether we talk about it now or later. So reopening, the protest committee may reopen a hearing. So you may be unhappy, or you may think that something was done wrong, that there is a mistake of the jury, or in the reasonable time after you've been given your decision, some new evidence is available, new significant evidence. So let's see the rule. The rule gives us exact points. What is the protest committee may reopen a hearing when it decided. So then you request reopening. That's what I wanted to say. So then you have to request reopening. You request reopening when you have several grounds potentially to be reopened. And how it works. The protest committee may reopen a hearing when it decides that it may have made a significant error. So this is where the race committee, protest committee decides to do it. Well, it could be race committee if it is the same body. Or when significant new evidence becomes available within reasonable time. That significant new evidence needs to be presented to the jury. So your work will go there. You find a completely new light on the incident because the evidence that was not available at the original hearing all of a sudden pops up. Then you grab it, and then you come to the jury, say, I could not find that evidence before, but this is a new evidence. And then the jury needs to examine that new evidence and rule it. Jury can do it on their own. Jury or protest committee can find on their own if they wish so, if it is something flagrant that they say it is worthwhile. Usually it is a party that presents that new evidence, because the party is one that will be responsible for presenting the case and demanding jury to examine the evidence and hear the witnesses in support of their case. All right. It shall reopen a hearing when required by the national authority under okay. A party to the hearing may ask for reopening no later than 24 hours. So it is quite a lot of time if the event is long enough. But if it is just weekend, then it is a little bit different, and the AB rules how to do with it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought that someone speak. So A and B give some extra time constraints, because last day of the event, there is not much time to wait for 24 hours because everybody will be gone from the boat park. There will be nobody at the event. So we have those 30 minutes, no later than 30 minutes after the party was informed of the decision on that day, or protest time limit from the decision of the previous day. So if you have a weekend, it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you have a first day, you have 24 hours to reopen. The next day you have until the Sunday protest time limit. And then if decision is made on Sunday, you have half an hour after decision was handed over to you. And there is some requirements when a hearing is reopened. So the jury decides whether to reopen or not, based on what you bring to them. So there are two options. Either jury starts its own initiative because they made an error, they believe they made an error, and they will correct it willingly. They will always do that. Very normal. And because the jury is there for the fairness, right? So we try to do our best for the fairness. So we do that. If we made a mistake, we correct it. That's a must, I think. That's my opinion. Or the next one is you bring this evidence. This evidence is examined by the jury. And if they say, fine, can you explain us why you didn't bring it yesterday? Then you need to give your reasons. And if those reasons are credible and worthwhile, the jury say, okay, fine. Then we reschedule it and we hear it. But if that evidence doesn't bring any significance, if it is not significant, then the jury decides whether it's significant or not, and you may be denied the reopening. So there are different outcomes of this request. Question from Yoradinis from Nakra 17. Thank you for coming. Question is, I suppose significant new evidence includes videos. Absolutely. But you need to, I think you better be convincing the jury that that video wasn't available at the time that you were looking for it. And this happens quite often. What happens is that a broadcasting company or somebody is actually withholding it for some time and they are not available. So try your luck always. If you find that, bring it and then say, this is significant new evidence that I was not able to collect day before, and that's why I'm bringing it in. And then the jury, of course, will decide whether it's significant or not. It may look to you significant, but not to the jury. So this is unfortunately, we have that process of deciding. So you got to live with it, but you have to try your chance. Absolutely, nobody stops you. If there is no rule broken, the jury could dismiss. Okay, that's fine. All right. We will go in a minute with the misconduct. Now we come back, as I promised you before, we now go to redress. Redress is a very interesting instrument within our sport. Not many other sports are having it. Redress is heavily discussed around whether it's necessary or not. Some parts of our activities in sailing already abolished it. For example, kiteboarders don't have it. And I think you don't have redress in medal racing, for example. So it is the same discipline that have two sets of rules that you have abolished redress in a medal racing, except, as you remember maybe from yesterday, if you're giving a help, then you, even in the medal race, would be given rest. So the redress is here for time being, and we need to play with it. There are some good reasons to have it because it protects sailors from major errors, and it's considered to be fair arrangement sometimes, but it causes a lot of difficulties, and the redress cases are the longest one to be heard, and many of them actually coming from procedures that are usually connected to the race committees and the process of setting the course. But here we are. Redress. What are the requirements for the redress? Sometimes you have classes that don't have same arrangements, like RR6 would have a different arrangement. We will speak now immediately about it. And it needs to be followed very carefully because we have in the rule book for different classes appendices that would alter those rules, especially in Appendix B, that redress is changed. Appendix F, kiteboarders also is changed. So more along other rules as well. But it's worthwhile think about it. So there are different aspects of when unsatisfactory sailor is talking about something happened on a race course and they said they moved the mark and I lost so many places because it was moved not in my favor. So they want to do what? Protest race committee. That's wrong, because administratively speaking, you cannot protest race committee. You can always actually seek for arrangement to be done because of someone else's mistake. That's the concept. So because you can't disqualify race committee, because if you disqualify race committee, they will pack their bags and they will go. So who's going to run the race next morning? So it is, or whatever. You remember the time of retirement. If you protest race committee, so they retire and they go off. All right, it's a bit of. So no protest, it is a request for redress. You are requesting, and anybody can, even protest committee can request redress, as we remember before on 60.1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 instances who can protest or request redress on behalf of the boat. So you can request fixing a problem for yourself. That's what you are actually asking. But how the jury looks at that point is different. When jury receives your request, jury gives potentially that request, taking in mind the whole fleet, because what is the redress? In its essence, it's a fix. It is never arrangement that is ideal. It could be great for you, but not great for the rest of the fleet, or otherwise. It could be fine for the fleet because it's based on some average, so some. But it is always mathematical, it is never ideal. And that's thing that everybody needs to be aware of. And that happens. Almost every regatta I come around is that sailors are asking redresses for losing, because of the breach of the rule of other boat, losing time or places in the regatta. But redress is not about that, except for the race, for the RSXs. I think they have a requirement when they are slowed down with the incident of the Part 2 rule, they have a provision in their appendix that they can seek redress for that bit. But that's the nature of the competition itself, because it's very quick, and really, if you are in that, so that's their arrangement. Which,
Hi, can I say something on this?
of course, Charlie.
We have the right for redress, and correct me if I'm wrong. If during the incident where I've been fouled, if I fall in the water or if my sail falls in the water,
Exactly.
that's a requirement.
Yeah, exactly. You are disabled.
We don't call it capsize. We call it, because our boat doesn't really capsize. But if the sail falls in the water, or I fall in, or the sailor falls in the water, then we have the right for redress.
Yeah, because you are significantly delayed, and that it's in your terms considered as a damage to you.
Yeah.
It's all about the damage. We can now look into the rule itself, so you will see this B here is injury or physical damage. So let me actually see the appendix B. We are neglecting you, Jelly, all the time, because you were on hold the whole morning because we were talking about 42.
I know. And yesterday with the zone, we don't have the zone anymore.
Yeah, of course.
The
zone is so crucial for us. Yeah, well, I'm sorry for that, but it's about the general rules. But we still can jump into the different.
What's happening generally in other classes? It's interesting.
Yeah, okay, if it helps you, but you will be sailing something else also, not just.
Maybe.
Right? All right. Oh, let me see your rule changes. Rule change in your appendix Bravo is saying 42, 43, 44, 60. 60 is changed, that so is deleted. Protest requirements. Okay. Rule 42.1b is changed. So we have B here for the fleet racing, general fleet racing. Injury or physical damage because of the actions of a boat that was breaking the rule of Part 2, or of a vessel not racing that was required to keep clear. And text for the Bravo is different. It says injury, physical damage, or capsize because of the action of a board that broke a rule of part 2 and took the appropriate penalty or was penalized. Or a vessel not racing that was required to keep clear. So simple breach of part 2, port starboard, windward leeward, whatever, backing, whatever, if it is caused physical damage or capsize, because correct me if I'm wrong, Jelly, but you actually, in your...
We have a different definition for capsize, though, don't we?
Capsize is there because it is a added definition for your discipline. Says capsize is a board is capsized when she is not under control because her sail or the competitor is in the water. Or, so it is one thing only. So if your sail is off, that's enough. If you are off and, well, sail is off, you and sail together. So sail is enough, you can be standing. A board is capsized when she is not under control because her sail or the competitor is in the water. When I read this, I have some logical problem here, right? Sail stand up if the competitor is in the water. So why this or is in between? Okay, this is semantic. We can talk about it later. Are you happy? So yes. So it is, if you are in the water, that's fine. But if your sail is in the water, I think you are also allowed.
Yeah, if my sail, I'm standing on the board, but my sail is in the water, I'm allowed for redraw.
Yeah, but I would omit this or. I will talk to Andrew Spoxy about it. This or bothers me. I will underline it. It's very interesting. You always discover something new in these human-made books. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jenny.
When we have the time, I have a question about the rule 17 and the starting for us, but you can do that later. I don't want to interrupt you now.
Spare it. We might have some spare time, but even if not, we will extend time and I will answer all questions that you may have. Just write it down and we go. Let me just finish this procedure with redress before the next chapter comes in. I know what is time before. Thank you. Okay, so redress is something that you want to be fixed for yourself, not that you hate race committee. Well, you may not like them if they made a mistake, because that will affect your racing and you are in the limbo, not looking what's going to happen, how my final result will be affected by that mistake. Anyway, rights to redress is as follows. Request for redress or protest committee's decision to consider redress shall be based on a claim or possibility that the boat's score or place in the race or series has been or may be, through no fault of her own, made significantly worse. Wording. All right, so let it split. So what is important? It is important that there must not be your own contribution to that. All right? So it must be entirely on somebody else's fault. Through no fault of her own. So it is absolute outside reason. Then you stand the chance to be given redress. And another thing is significantly worse. So if it is a little bit, don't bother. But if it is significantly worse, and that's the area where you will be arguing as well, because somebody will say, well, that mark moved that much away, so I lost so much time, and in my rating, this is so many seconds, or somebody will argue about miles missed, and somebody will argue about the number of boats that passed him or her. So that bit here is something that you will argue in your case in front of the jury, whether it's significant or not, and how much significant, and jury then decides based on that. So what we have, scenarios A, B, and C, and D. It should be an improper action or omission of the race committee, protest committee, organizing authority, or technical committee. Whoever does a mistake would be then reason. Let's say I'm just coming up with the organizing authority. If the organizing authority prepares a very narrow slip and the fleet of 200 boats goes out on the small slip and the start is due now, and you lost so much time to get to the race course, you may well put down the request for the organizer authority. I've just crossed my mind now. Maybe not. It will depends. But there is varieties of possibilities. But be reminded, it is always through no fault of your own. So if you are late for that queue at the dock, don't blame the organizing authority. But if there is no physical possibility to get there, even if you are in time as planned, then you might stand a chance for the event, but not by the protest committee decision when the boat was a party to the hearing. So that's excluded. Injury or physical damage because of the action of a boat that was breaking a rule of part 2 or of a vessel not racing and so on and so on. So injury or physical damage would trigger a reason for the redress only. Not that you lost the place because somebody, except for the RSXs or for the boards, this could not be a reason to give you a redress, that you will have any fix for your bad results caused because of the delay. In some significantly faster classes, like maybe 49ers or I don't know what NACRA has. Does NACRA has any? No, NACRA has the same. Because, you know, once something happens, so there may be a philosophy from those guys, and well, good Lord, because I will never catch it up if that happens. But maybe NACRA is not an example, but maybe neither 49er, because they capsize and then all the rest of the fleet overtakes them and all things can happen. So maybe it is fine even not to have that provision in those classes as they have it for the boards. So remember, injury or physical damage, and that injury and that physical damage should be the cause of your damage to your result, and you should demonstrate. What is it? The brake cost us now, really? Cost us?
Yes, Neven, you need a break?
I don't know. What time is it? I mean, we do break. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
What is the next? No.
You don't need? Go on, please.
No, we can go on and no, it's now. Sorry. Yeah, you were too early, Kostas. Let me just finish the sentence and we will then start
Whenever you like, Neven.
Thank you. Okay, so back to the injury or physical damage. Those two needs to be the cause of your delay, of damaging your result, and needs to be significant. Because if you lost a place or so, who would later argue whether you would have been, after 2 laps of racing, 1 boat ahead or 1 boat behind? So it is all there. So it needs to be significant. Giving help, we said that before. So if you are, because that's an obligation, so you can't escape it. So if there is a person in the water just in front of you, you just can't go forward. You need to help that person. You are obliged to do it. In that case, you come to the race committee and say, well, I was helping that person. Even if that person did not ask help, you need to come and ask whether help is needed and evaluate whether it's needed, even if it is not asked. So that's the rule that would help you get a redress very easily. D, action of a boat or member of the crew that resulted in penalty under Rule 2 or a penalty or warning under Rule 69.2H. So this, where we are now drifting into the fairness. So if somebody was involved in your incident and got under fair sailing a penalty, then you stand a chance for redress. And also if it is for the misconduct, then also you stand a chance. We will address those problems a bit later. So now we have a break. Hello again, everybody. Hope it's there.
Just a minute, then. Just a minute.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Go.
Thank you very much. Right. So some examples maybe of the redress, the mistakes maybe we can discuss. of the race committee. Let's say if the race committee makes an error, mistiming or incorrect signal, right? So this can affect, or improper notification of changes to the sailing instructions, so that you had one course on one day and then you have another course on another day and you were not properly informed. So this can come. Incorrect scoring, it's very usual, and many people coming for seeking redress because of the OCS, and that's everlasting story. Nowadays, the procedure, I don't know what's your experience, but particularly if you have any problem with the race committee in that area, it is worthwhile to come to them. There is also scoring inquiry, and then you fill up the form, or you just go to the race committee and talk to them and say, I've found myself OCS, can we discuss it? Do you have it recorded? I think you made a mistake. Can you change something about it? And then you together maybe look at the evidence or recordings, and then it may find, race committee can write up our own observation, understand, yeah, we made a mistake, so it will correct it. So there is no need to be having an extra hearing or long, lengthy processes. Nowadays, this is sort of shortcut for it. So you can always ask that. But of course, if you are unhappy, the race committee does not consider there is any error in their proceedings, then your only remedy is to file up your paper, and then in time, of course, and interview the jury about it. And everybody will be then heard and evidence presented. Could be I don't know, wrong identification as well, because you will be mismatched with something else. Yeah, missing marks. Well, I told that before. So protest committee also can do errors. And like I said before, if the protest committee believes that they made an error in the incorrect decision or improper procedures, they will initiate their own. Maybe collision with the jury boat, you can also request for redress, because it is operation of the official boat that hindered you. Sometimes could be that sailing instructions bring something that there will be no redress by action of those guys. That's something to see. But if not, it's a possibility. Well, if on the water rule was 42 rule was wrongly signed because of the change in Oscar Romeo environment, then you can also stand a chance of redress, but not for the rest. What could be the second one? The second one we have B, right? So it could be equipment broken. I don't, for example, in 49ers, the broken tiller historically was the big reason to request redress. I remember, but later on the class rule was involved. They need to have an extra tiller extension on board just to, so yeah, it could be broken rudder, torn sail, but all these injured crew members, especially, because those may be such delays that those damages themselves caused it, that your result is gone. So must be the cause for your lost points. That's what it's all about. A simple capsize, if somebody capsized, not safe for boards, capsize is not a reason to get a redress. If your rigs and lifelines and stuff are entangled, then that's kind of delay, but there is no damage. If there is no damage, nothing. Forced to alter course or tack resulting in loss of places. If somebody from leeward just spring the tack onto you, and then you are a port, right? And then you just forced into the crash tack and you capsize and lost. There is nothing that rule will help you about when redress is involved. Your entanglement with the marks is just not really a case, unless race committee has done something really wrong about posting those marks in its place. All right. So time about asking for it is 62.2 dealing, saying that time for your request shall be in writing. That's the first requirement. That's similar to a normal protest. identify the reason for making it. If the request is based on an incident in the racing area, it shall be delivered to the race office within the protest time limit or 2 hours after the incident, whichever is later. I think I mentioned that before, but it's worth remembering. It is not the same protest time limit. And of course, that protest time limit could be extended for various reasons, especially when the redresses are involved. There are always some sort of extraordinary circumstances that are not really usual, and then they involve some more complications, like time-wise especially. And this sentence is important because it says other requests shall be delivered as soon as reasonably possible after learning of the reasons for making the request. So when you are lodging those, you are one to explain why was not reasonably possible to present them before, and jury will then address it. So this is point you need to learn and think about it. The protest committee shall extend the time, as I said before, and no red flags, and that's one more thing, which is not related to Olympic sailing mostly anyway. All right, so that will be on the redress, I have to say. I am sure that you have a lot of experience on redress, all of you, especially with the OCS, but I don't know whether you were successful in those or not, but maybe it's hard to win a redress case on OCS, and I would advise you, and you can find it in the jury policies when you go to regattas and you have on the notice board, jury will put the jury policies on, and this is almost standard document nowadays. And it is you to convince the jury that the race committee has made an error in this. Not that the race committee has to defend itself. And the reason for why is that is because the race committee does the work for the whole fleet. There is no, they are completely washed off any conflict of interest. So they just watch the line. They're the best witnesses of that line. So if they have a proper procedure in place that they explain, there is nothing that we can do unless the race committee itself realizes, yeah, we did the mistake, and they can document it. That's why you have a chance to come before for the scoring inquiry and discuss with the race committee whether the procedure was followed correctly and whether you were picked correctly, not maybe change the numbers, because boats have many numbers, so there may be some mistake in identity or things like that. So you spare time of getting to the jury. Of course, if you feel strongly and if you have good evidence that there is then you can do it, of course. Nobody can stop you. So there is also a golden rule that no sailor is ever denied any hearing. That's impossible. Even for trivial reasons, even in the medal racing where there is explicitly saying there is no hearing, there is no, still you should be granted a hearing. And that's important for you to know. As long as you can defend or give your opinion on certain incident, you still can have it. You may not stand a big chance of winning it, but that's the way we live. So we cannot deny anybody's request for a hearing, even out of time. So if you present your protest out of time, let's say you bring your paper like I did this morning, put just a few lines later, race office still have to accept it. And then the jury decides whether extend time or not. It's not, it used to be before that the jury secretary will just shut the door after the protest time expires. So no more protests, no more work. But nowadays it's not out of fashion completely. So you are free to bring your case anytime, and juries are there for service. Of course, you need to respect the juries and the race officials because they do common job for everybody. They run the race. But your rights are there as well, protected in a way. Okay, so we finished with the redress. Do you have questions about redress? And then I will answer. Okay, I think Elisa put something in the chat. will read it. If I'm just after the start and I get a penalty, but I have boats behind me that are approaching, and I also have boats in my left and right, and I don't have any space to do my penalty, what would I do? You should wait, and you described it so much that you are absolutely no possibility to do anything. You are just under Rule 44. I will open it now and read it for you and for myself. What exactly says, and we will be guided by that. You need to do it as soon as, well, I won't repeat the word without reading it. Okay, so after getting well clear of other boats as soon after the incident as possible. So the way you describe it, your situation, it's impossible.
I have been through this again. That's why I describe it like that.
You experienced it?
And I didn't know what to do.
Okay. What was the penalty for? Was it a judge for the Rule 42?
I think pumping.
Pumping, yeah? Okay. But yeah, 42 rule. Okay. Yes. Well, but you are expected to do your best at that point, because if the boats are behind you, you should not interfere with them. If the boats are ahead of you, neither. So you need to wait for an opportunity. And that opportunity will be granted when you explain it, like you explain me now, because obviously the way you put it, you are absolutely frozen in the situation. You can't do anything until something opens. Wait, if something opens, then you have to do in the meaning of the rule. It says, after getting well clear of other boats, and the crucial wording is as soon after the incident as possible. And if that opening creates, you have to take it. You cannot say, well, I missed it or something. You may have a reason for missing it, but you have to take it.
Won't write me right until I find this space.
Repeat, please.
The jury will write me until I find this space, because he will say that you're late, you're taking too much time.
Was the jury upset about you being delaying it or not?
No.
We discussed it. So maybe they were behind you, so they understand you have the problem. Yeah. They would not be upset about it. But the problematic bit is if there is a space and you haven't used it and you were infringing other boats in the process, then it may be a different issue. But usually with the 42 is really not a big problem, because you are doing 2 turns, right? So it's not a big gain. Actually, it's a great loss. Okay, thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Yeah. We have another question for Danaimi. Can I ask redress if during the race another boat that doesn't participate in the championship got into my way? Another boat that doesn't participate in the championship got into my way and make me change my course as a result of losing many places. Yeah, this is possibility, but it needs to be observed well whether there is. I hope that this chart everybody can read. I don't need to paste it and to everybody to see. So question is, can I ask redress if during the race another boat that doesn't participate in the championship got into my way and make me change my course as a result of losing my places? So the redress rule has a reply to that. And that's in the first paragraph, which it says, in a race or series has been, or maybe through no fault or wrong, made significantly worse. Just a second. So we go here. Or vessel not racing that was required to keep clear. All right. So this is a possibility. So this could be something that you can try your redress. But what usually happens if there is another boat that is not racing at that moment in our multi-classes configuration of courses, there is also some sailing instructions forbidding you crossing other people's courses when you finish your race and you go through other course. And so it's intervening with those. So there might be in place also some sailing instructions that would help you as well. So you watch on that too, please. Okay, let me see if there is any other question. All right. No more questions in the chat, so we can continue now with the next topic. Unless you have, if you have some redress, okay, doesn't matter, whatever you have, any questions from any topic, just come forward. Not a problem. We can break for that. And now we go with the reopenings we've done, redress with a misconduct and appeals. Appeals. Usually what we do with appeals is that when you receive your decision that you receive from the jury, that would be either, let me just make one more comment. Is how you're going to win. For example, if there is the question is, do you need actually, if you ask for redress for the other boat, let's say this one, scenario is this one. So there is injury, physical damage, and of the boat that broke the rule of part 2, right? And the question is, do you need to protest that boat in order to request redress? So the answer would be, you request your redress, but it needs to be established during that hearing that that boat has broken a rule. It's up to jury whether they will act or not, but it needs to be established that that boat has broken a rule of part 2. So usually my advice is to protest that boat. But even if you do not protest that boat, you simply request redress, this still could fly, but in the hearing it needs to be established that that boat made a part 2 rule breach. Otherwise everybody will come and say, well, there was a boat and I had a damage. So that's Pandora's box. Don't expect the jury will be sympathizing with that way of behavior. But yeah, and it needs to be proved within the hearing that that boat has broken rule of part 2, and then consequently redress may be given, provided as well damage is there and so on and so forth. Okay, so appeals. Once you get your decision in paper, after you're requesting it in paper, that's what rule says. But what nowadays juries do, usually you are asking a copy and you're getting a copy, even if you ask verbally. The rule says it needs to be in writing, but maybe in highly profiled, more important, big events, when much more is at stake, maybe that counts. But when it comes to the big juries and civil court, like America's Cup, could be significant. But here we are in usual surroundings. You ask your copy and you will get your copy. Your copy will be ready usually next day. Nowadays, with the modern technology, it could be even almost immediately, because jury type decision in, print over there in the other room, and off signed goes out copy for you. Well, if there is an international, as you can understand, they will always tell you at the beginning there is no appeal. So that's why we may have much more reopening requests in those events where the jury, international jury, is not appealable, because there is no appeal later on that you can file to anybody out of that decision. But there is the opportunity with reopening. But if it is a normal protest committee that actually can be appealed, then you go, whether there is a rule 70.5, let me take those. Jump misconduct for a bit and then come back to it. 70 appeals and requests, provided the right of appeal has not been denied. So if it is not denied, so you have just an ordinary protest committee, you can send your paper and complain about what could be about procedure, could be about, let's say your protest was never heard. You lodged the protest and nobody was ever scheduled. You were never heard. You can just send to the appeal board of your national federation, say, guys, this was my protest. It was never heard. I asked remedy. We need to deal with it. They will do that and they will answer your, and there is a procedure within this, how it goes. So Rule 70 deals with it in detail. Oh, that's, yeah, I just mentioned that, 63. So a boat may appeal when she is denied hearing as required by Rule 63. So any of these you can read for your personal. Well, let me see if something is important that I want to emphasize. I'm so floating. There is some time frame, and it is within your request for a copy needs to be given to the organizing authority within 7 days. Someone, it's written somewhere. And I think you have 15 days time window to look into that. I don't know how to wait for. What I wanted just to say more is to this one. So there is some time limits for your appeal to be heard by the national, to be considered by national authority, and it's inside the Romeo appendix where it's exactly written, the procedure of how you go through. I think in your level of competition you usually have international juries, so you will be more focused on this end. But sometimes, mind you, if you come to an event where the result needs to be determined promptly because it's a qualifier for the next one, then also the appeal could be denied, even if the only protest committee is appointed, not international jury, or there is special arrangements for the national authority that there is no appeal, and you need to look for those into the sailing instructions to be sure whether you have right of appeal or not. Be aware that the jury or a protest committee that is appointed to the event will tell you when the hearing starts whether the decision could be or not appealed. They will tell you that. Sometimes in the big events happens the following, that the jury is composed of 10 or more people or 6 or more people, whatever. And in order to speed up the process of hearings, they would split themselves into smaller panels. So entire jury will be unappealable. So you cannot appeal decision on those guys. The jury should be composed of minimum 5 people, according to Appendix November, which is then detailed who should be 3 nationalities, should be not more than 2 from the same, should be minimum majority IJ, and so forth. But that's one thing. And jury more than 6 people could divide to speed up the process into smaller panels, according to those rules as well. You can look into details. I don't want to go into details. It's not that significant, but you can read it for your own information. So if that smaller panel is composed, then you have right to appeal to the decision, not to the facts found of those guys of the smaller panel of the international jury, but to the decision. So you are allowed to ask for the full jury to revisit the case because you claim decision is wrong. So that's your right over there. If the juries of the international jury, if the international jury is split in smaller panels, that bit is a sort of avenue to revisit decision of that panel by the full jury. after your appeal is filed and so on, the 71-point decision of the national authority shall be then final. So there is no further appeal after the national authority decides your case, in case there is appeal available to that venue. Okay, so now we go one step back and we go to a very critical one. I don't like it, nobody likes it, but that's the thing we need, a misconduct. Unfortunately, we have misbehaving sailors, and let alone them also misbehaving support personnel. Let alone we may have misbehaving race officials. And there is a distinction between those. So 69er is working for misconduct of support a competitor, boat owner or support person. So this rule addresses the problems of the behavior problems of those people, those three groups. But what about race officials? Race officials, they have their own rules, their own regulation, and they are subject to scrutiny of that regulation if they do something wrong. And it is not unknown practice that sometimes appears a report into the world sailing that from sailors and the organizing authorities that would then instigate the investigation based on reports at world sailing, but that's separate. So you cannot actually do against those guys, but Rule 69 addresses competitor, boat owner, or support person for what kind of breaches. It used to be gross misconduct, and now it is named just misconduct. Let me just find my notes, and I do not wander too far away from what I wanted to say, and that you get a message that I feel it is useful. Okay, so how this works. Oh my goodness, where they are. Whenever I click, it just jumps on the other. I'll be with you in a minute. Sorry about this delay. Oh, good Lord. Right. So it is a procedural rule. And the reason for this misconduct changes in these rules, the concept, there will be another changes in the new rule book. And this is just because of the effort to make it standard use like other sport bodies use, like Court of Arbitration or other higher authorities like International Olympic Committee. So we are trying to fix this rule to work compared to the rest of the sport in the world. So that's why you can see some changes in it. So it addresses basically behavior of persons, not a boat. So it is not about the boat. So the jury can receive report about the behavior of those three group of persons: owner, support person, and competitor. Mind you, you as a competitor, be very interested how your support person behaves, because action that support person does may be the reason that you can get a penalty because you connected to that support person. So I advise you to read the rule about support person, because as a competitor and all your support persons around you, you actually have responsibility that they abide the rules and that they are aware of it. And in the cases when the support person is taken action against, you as a competitor will be asked to sit that hearing because you will be considered as a party as well. And usually support persons in the normal protests, not this one, which is even higher, which is a behavior problem. But if the support person infringes, breaks some other rules, like, you know, entering in the course area, there are some other rules that they should follow. So if they do not behave in the normal protest, just at the lower level, they could actually earn your bad points if the breach is repeated. So on the first hearing, you will be present, and also you will be given a written note if you are not, that person has been penalized for whatever breach is, for example, crossing the race course and something. And then it will be warning in it that next breach, apart from penalty that might have been imposed, which is, I don't know, for example, denying access to the venue for a day, or denying going on the water, or something else, the next breach of the same person would have impact on your result. So I would urge you to read those support person rules, and they are in the rule book, of course, and that you know which that you can dive from. Support persons, as well as owners, as well as competitors, are also subject to this misconduct rule. And how it works, that even it does not need to be in a form of the paper, it could be verbal. So for example, many times I receive protests like a competitor comes and then writes down in the rule box 69. You cannot have protest 69, but this sole, mentioning could be taken as a report. Then you can interview that sailor and say, oh, what is the problem? Why you put it 69 on? And then we can proceed based on that allegation that this could be but we need more information to proceed. This is very sensitive and the process is lengthy, but it is worthwhile to keep sport safe from problematic behavior. So receiving, if the race committee, protest committee receives a report, that report can be as in a way like I just described, a piece of paper saying 69, something like, from sailor that believes he was aggrieved by the false language and yelling or boxing that occurred on the water, and for him this is unfair and it's 69er, and he puts it down on the paper. So that single, even if it is on a protest form, doesn't matter. It's not going to be a protest because it's not protest. It is a procedural rule, but that paper the jury will take as a report and will investigate more, not just that paper. And any source could be accepted, including party with a conflict of interest as well. Whoever gives the report, then the jury will investigate. Could be videotape because you can see on a video something, could be a protest form, as I said, could be evidence in a hearing. So in the hearing, during the hearing, we can learn from what happened because, oh, wait a minute, is that what happened? And then we categorize this in the suspicious way, and then we can appoint a person, an investigator, that further goes investigation and reports back to the jury, and then the jury then decide whether or not to proceed. The jury itself can, on its own action, see something wrong, can investigate that case and bring it to the hearing. Hearing is usually dealt with once we collect information. Jury usually appoints investigator, so he goes around and investigates the case and interviews. It could be interviewed the alligator, it could the person that not the person that alleges the breach and all the other persons that might have been involved in that. So the person that is appointed as investigator would not take part in the hearing later. It could be that a jury dedicates a person from its own squad to investigate the case. That person should be usually a person that is capable of doing these things and that could act in the calm manner, not to wind up things to the point of heating that is unnecessary. All relevant information that this person, investigator, has discovered about that case should be actually given to the parties that are alleged of that misconduct, especially whenever when the hearing is going to be held. When the jury decides that there will be an action against you or owner or personal support person, it will give you paper. It will write down a paper and deliver it to you, and the paper will tell what time and where you will be heard and what you can do. So you could bring your representative. If you could bring your interpreter as well with you, so two persons can come with you actually to represent the case. The jury doesn't need to be big, doesn't need to be 5 people or whatever. 3 members is minimum to be composed of. So you can have your advisor and you can have your representative. So it's all about your own decision. It is delicate, but it is worth proper preparation. So formality will be for sure in these cases well kept by the jury. The standard of proof for those problematic behavior, it may happen if it is it needs to be a sort of comfortable satisfaction. That jury should be comfortably satisfied that this breach has happened and will then decide on that. Result of that hearing could be a penalty. Could be applied to both or to the person. So the person could be expelled from the event, the person could be denied the whole event or only one day or some arrangements. So person can get a penalty, or the boat can get a penalty as well, the person was involved with. The jury can issue a warning also only if it is a minor breach. It can change the score into D&E if you have first place, and you can. And the penalty must be within the protest committee's event jurisdiction, so it is inside there. Jury can go further on, like it usually was before as well, report the result to the competitor's M&A or the World Sailing. That's more serious then. If the infringement is to such a level that if penalties should be bigger than 1 D&E or person is excluded from the event or is considered appropriate. So if the jury, it's up to the jury to decide if they consider appropriate to inform anybody else for further action, which would be disciplinary in your own M&A, or if it is a high-profile event like World Sailing, then it will be going there. But also at World Sailing events, there is also from the World Sailing appointed person that is actually appointed investigator, so it will stay there and then will go proper direction where to. It may happen bad things out of it. It could be also the ban could be eligibility suspension as a result something later on. It's unfortunate things that we want to avoid, and so of course I advise you not to go there because we should keep our sport fully clean of this. So thank you very much. That would be from me on misconduct. If you have any questions, you are now welcome to ask me.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we protest someone for having a bad behavior, but out of the race, out of the championship? For example, we finish the race and we go to the hotel and we live in the same hotel, and there he starts showing off bad behavior.
I understand.
That is relatively to the race. Can I do something for this?
I think yes, you can. If there is a report about such kind of behavior, I think it's welcome actually, because it's you know what we want to avoid. If we want to avoid connecting our sport in general, when the sport, the wording is saying when the sport might have been brought into disrepute. So when we believe that a sport would suffer because of that behavior, which is outside. So it is up to the jury to decide whether how close and how bad was it, but report needs to come in first. So I think you are absolutely welcome. That behavior should be reported. What the jury is going to do with it, probably it will be some sanctions, especially with dormitories, or you know, it could be police involved as well. Sometimes it's to that extent as well. But the jury will act for sure. It could be in the bar. It could be in the hotel. It could be in the town. Whenever this behavior could be connected to that event and to that sport, it may finish, it may result with sanctions against those that do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Avi, thank you. Okay, we have another question. Which is the Supreme Appeal Sailing Court? I don't know what you mean, but if we go back to the, okay, let me go back to the beginning. You can go to the rule number 3. I will go there. Right, so acceptance of the rules. By participating or intending to participate in a race conducting under these rules, each competitor and the boat owner agrees to accept the rules. Just by signing in, we say we accept all what is written. But that is a big cloud. Huh? That's all the rules, that's all regulations, everything that surrounds our sailing is in it. Rules. Rules is a big definition, has a lot of ABCDs and so on. B, a support person as well, or parent or guardian, or by permitting their child to enter a race, agrees to accept the rules. So even when your parent signing down, if you are minor, signs down, yes, I agree that my child participates in that race, they accept those rules. And what I mentioned before, the second one is each competitor and boat owner agrees on behalf of their support person that such support persons are bound by the rules. So even they guarantee for the support persons that they would behave by the rules. Then it says, Oscar, I will not end up this session before I answer this question, and then we will go for the next one later. Acceptance of the rules includes agreement to be governed by the rules, to accept the penalties imposed, like B, and the subject to appeal. Appeal is as it's written in our rule book. Review procedures provided in them, and they also go up to the sailing body, which is first national authority, and if it is world sailing, then it is world sailing event, then it is also world sailing involved. as the final. So we want to have the final determination of any matter arising under these rules. So the final determination would be, according to our rule book, according to our bodies, national federations prescriptions, and the international federation. With respect to any such determination, not to resort, so not to go any further, not to see any court or tribunal, not provided for in the rules, and no tribunal in the world perhaps will not address racing rules of sailing. Other tribunals may address a problem of damage, but that's completely outside because our rules would not deal with a portion of the damage. So how much something costs. If your boat, like in the film that I put you yesterday, is so badly damaged, you need to fight the damage, weighing the value of that damage. You cannot value in front of the jury. Jury will just talk about the rules, but the damage itself will be somewhere else and will be in another court. Let's go further on. By each competitor and boat owner to ensure that their support persons are aware of the rules. So this is acceptance. The person in charge of each of the boat ensure that all competitors in the crew and the boat's owner are aware of their responsibility under this rule. This rule may be changed, and so on and so forth. And this is important bit. If these rules are somehow changed, then those prescriptions should be also followed. So answer your question, when is if you exhaust all this, what is written here, then you perhaps can go, and because we are part, the whole sailing family is a part of this international Olympic community, there is also sport of arbitration. Sport of arbitration has individually every national authority, but also there is a sport of arbitration court in global, which is in Lausanne, I think, and they could also do it, but not for our sportish rule. It could be something procedural, but it will never be something that is related to our rules. I hope I did answer your question. If there is some more, come back. Maybe I was wrong in something. If everybody has something to add, please welcome. Now I think, Kostas, we have a break, right?
Neven.
Ah, is it?
I'm Sophia.
Ah, Sophia, go ahead.
Yeah. So if I understand well, so the first step is to go to the Sailing Federation, after International Sailing Federation, and after to the International Olympic Committee.
Yeah, because you know what, it won't fly much. It will be, all our internal stuff will be resolved within our community. But if you have Olympic Games, then you have a court of arbitration as well involved, international, because the Olympic Games is under jurisdiction as well of the International Olympic Committee. All right. So that's why we have some cases that ended up in the course of CAS. That satisfies your answer?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next session starts at 16:20. No, sorry. 17:20. Sorry.
You want to do a break or you want to continue?
Yeah,
What do you
break
want?
now, in 17:20 we'll start again. All right. My question to all of you now is, do you have any more questions? If not, we will continue with the next topics. Because I understand most of you, I don't know whether Optis probably not, but most of you, no, 420s neither. Most of you have been to the medal racing, and medal racing, it's a bit different. So whatever we were talking about, medal race turns off many stuff. It simplifies a lot of things and makes on a single race for the medal race possible in a way that result is not disputed after the boat crosses the line. And there is usually also, I mean, I can guide you through the website. So if you want to learn more, then then on this technical, you will find race officials and then international judge. And then you can go to here again, international judge, then scroll down to document. And in those, you can find many documents that concern even protest form, for example. Addendum. And even information for the competitors of umpired fleet racing. So you can click here and then it opens at its addendum queue. Addendum queue was made when you have a medal race as a spectacular finale of a racing. And the necessity was that we needed a result, as you, of course, imagine. But result that is not then later on disputed for many hours because the media wanted to see this result and broadcast it immediately when the boat crosses the line. So it all adds with the different forms of and aspects of our sport, which is necessary. And then we created the addendum queue to make it possible so the jury will decide things on the water as they appear. In order to do that, to produce this document would have then changed a lot of rules. And if you can see, it modifies quite a bit. So it modifies 20, which is the rule room to tack call I was talking yesterday about. It's that you need to call for room to tack repeatedly, clearly pointing to windward, in addition to the rule itself. So the umpires, the jury, can understand your intention. And then response from the boat that was hailed needs to be repeatedly saying you tack and clearly pointing at the other boat and waving the arm to windward, like this, inviting move. So this is one change. Then we have 28.2 is changed a little bit as well, because how it's changed, because we can actually, in our procedures, we can, if you do not complete the course, then the jury will come and take you out of it. There is no requirement for protest. Then 44, which is a different penalty system as well. Then rule 60, how we protest each other. It is not like writing down a paper, it is the showing the flag, which is some of you not the same. But let me see, is it 60? A boat may protest another boat or request to provide complies with 2.1. And 2.1 is saying, while racing, a boat may protest another boat under rule part 2, except rule 14, or under rule 31, which is mark touch, or rule 42, you see that's changed as well. A boat may only protest under rule 2 for an incident in which she was involved, not so that so was also out. To do so, she shall hail protest and conspicuously display a red flag. That's another tool to help judges understand that that's the protest. That's a reasonable opportunity for it. So it's a complete change of how we process things for the dinghies, for example. And then another rule is changed. 61, 62 is redress. This is all procedural matters. So 62, for example, is changed to the extent that, look here, rule 62, 1A and B are deleted. So what is not deleted is C, and C is giving help. So if anybody makes a mistake here, race committee or another competitor breaks you, or these guys here, nothing. There will be no redress. In a race where this addendum applies, there shall be no scoring adjustments for the redress given under these rules for previous race. So if there is a redress given for your qualifying period, there should be no impact on that medal race at all. All right. what is the other rule that is changed? 63, procedure 64, and things like that, because 64, when the protest committee decides that the boat that is party to the protest hearing has broken a rule, it may impose penalties other than disqualification. It doesn't need to be disqualification. And make any other scoring arrangement it decides is equitable. If a boat has broken a rule when not racing, the protest committee shall decide whether to apply any penalty to race sail nearest in time to that of the incident or make some other arrangement. Okay, so this is significantly changed. It's completely changed the 64. The 3 sentences of the beginning. The rule 64A is changed so that the provision for exonerating a boat may be applied by the umpires without a hearing. So the umpires will decide immediately whether you are compelled to break or boat is not compelled to break a rule. So sometimes incident in a manor race, you can see boat touches the mark and nobody reacts. There is no, because the jury believes that they are compelled to touch the mark because of that incident. Okay, so 64b, it's all about how the protest committee may also penalize a boat that is party to the hearing under 63d or Rule 69 for a breach offered by a support person by changing the boat score in a single race up to and including this SQ. So that is a big problem. And if these guys intervene, that could be harmful to your single race, you imagine. So P1 and P4 shall be also not applying. So what does it mean? So there is no first infringement of 42, second, third. It is always the same. So it is always as it says. It says, this. A boat may take a one-turn penalty in accordance with 44.2 when in incident by racing she may have broken what rules? Part 2, not 14, or this rule and this rule. So even for 42, it is always one turn, as many times as needed, as long as there is a breach, there is a penalty. Breach, penalty, it's only one turn all the time. And significantly enough, it is also only one turn, whether you take your penalty or the umpire decides. What else we have? 66 reopenings, no way. 70 no appeals. That's what it's all about. B5 and F5, B5, maybe we can have. And that is related to board sailing. It's a change for Rule 60.1, as it is because 60 is changed, so it's changed for them. Because B5 and F5 guide boards and B5 boards, they are changing this rule. That's why this is mentioned as well. All right, so there are some more changes in it. Of course, I advise you to read it, and I think you are familiar with it already. But if you have any further questions to that, we can discuss it. But what I urge you to do usually is to listen, to read this document here. Oh, this one, no, this one. So it says information to competitors. The following information does not contain rules. It is information intended to help competitors understand the addendum Q to the sailing instruction. And which is under normal racing rules of sailing, but they are modified. So what is the change? While you are racing, you can only protest another boat for the following: a boat-to-boat incident, or this one, or this one. This one is mark touch, and this one is 42. This is all you can do. You protest, hailing protest, and you display red flag. Make sure the umpires and the boat you are protesting hear the hail and see the flag. Remove the flag after the protest. Boat takes a penalty, or after the umpire signal decision, because a boat may be reluctant to take a penalty, and there is a danger there as well, because if there is an obvious breach that a boat must have been aware, the umpires may decide to give you another penalty. So better take penalty as soon as you. I mean, like yesterday we had a question whether penalty taking should be fine if it is taken in reverse. So do it as soon as possible, because you will then suffer less. Don't give umpires chance to intervene and do it at not very opportune moment if you can help yourself with it. So as soon as you're aware of your breach, don't hesitate, just have a turn. But I've seen lots of compliance with that, and people are behaving quite well. Of course, the board is not required to display a flag. And a rising arm, in addition to hailing, is fine, and we help the umpires become aware of the protest, because that's your goal. You need to inform them. Penalties while racing: if you may have broken a rule, whether or not you are protested by another boat, you may take a penalty voluntary immediately after. We just said about that. One turn penalty, including one tuck and one jibe. It has to be in order like 44 requires. It is in one turn, sequential. It cannot be the other way around. Once you committed to one turn, you go and finish it. You then go one turn here and then the other one here. So it is including one tuck and one jibe in sequential order, so one after the other. If it is in reverse, like Emilio said yesterday, that's fine as well, as long as it is sequential, one after the other. Tuck and jibe, or jibe and tuck. It should include one tuck and jibe. It doesn't say which one first. It would be jibe first. However, boards take a penalty making 1 360, which is just turning the board itself. Sail stays up, but the board turns. No requirement for tuck or jibe. If you decide to take a penalty but need to get clear of other boats, now we're coming to the area we're discussing these 2 days. It is a good idea to look at the umpires, raise your hand and say, I'll take my penalty. This is borrowed from team racing, as far as I am aware of. And it's a good practice. We always advise, even in the fleet umpiring, when you have just a normal fleet umpiring of, let's say, Champions League, when you have 8 boats only, and then we also advise them, please raise your hands so we understand that you intend to take penalty, so not forcing umpires to rush into things that you already committed to do. What umpires can signal back, that's important. Display a green and white flag and blow a whistle, which means no penalty. So that will be fine. No penalty for a potential breach. That's a risk there, because it could be a penalty. Display a red flag, blow a whistle, and hail to identify one or more boats. So this is what umpires may signal. It could be both boats that are penalized. If the umpire, or 3, if the umpires identify you, you must promptly take a 1-turn penalty, see above. The umpires may identify any boat, including the boat that protested, even if another boat takes a penalty voluntarily. The umpires identify you, you must promptly take. Oh. Okay, fine. While you are taking the penalty or you are sailing clear to take it, the maneuvers you make are not considered sailing your proper course. So you cannot justify attacking other boat in the meantime while you're actually going around and saying this is my proper course. But the taking penalty itself is your proper course. So that's not the case. If you know you have broken a rule, the basic principle sportsmanship rules requires you, and this is where I'm aiming at since yesterday, you to take a penalty voluntary as soon as possible. Waiting for a signal when you know you have broken a rule is deliberately breaking a rule and may be seen as a breach of sportsmanship. May be seen. So it's up to umpires, but why would you risk it? In which case the umpires can give you an additional penalty, and that's in the next paragraph. So if you do not take a penalty voluntarily when you know you have broken a rule, there is a considerable risk that you will get 2 or more imposed penalties. So, all right. The umpires may penalize you signaling with a red flag without protest from another boat if you do not take penalty after breaking 31 or 42. So the umpires are still free to act on their own like they would do with the 42 on the water. They don't do this with the 31 in the fleet racing, right? But they do in the umpired medal racing. And there is another risk, gain an advantage after taking a penalty. If you're still ahead, and then umpires may go and turn you more until they are satisfied that the controlling position is not in place anymore, or that you paid your gain. Deliberately break a rule if it is, that's also a risk if it is so obvious that you blatantly, it's a professional foul in a way. Fail to take a penalty correctly, so you may not complete your turn where it is described in 44, or commit a breach of sportsmanship. Of course, these are all triggers for umpire-initiated turns, so umpire can turn you, order you turn as many as necessary. If you fail to take a penalty when it has been signaled, or you take a penalty but not correctly, the umpires will signal that the penalty remains outstanding. So they will just hang there with that flag. That penalty is still there, still there, still there, until you do it. Okay. If the breaches are severe or reported, or if you pass a mark on the wrong side and fail to correct that error before you round the next mark or finish, the umpires may use the black flag. So if you round the top mark, you go down, and then you made a mistake in gate, let's say, you just rounded the other way around, and the umpires will not black flag you until you reach the next mark, next top mark. Then only then they will give you a black flag and exclude you from the race for not sailing the course. Why they don't do that? They will do that because you still have theoretical chance to correct your error, to come back. Once you turn the next mark, it's obviously that you failed to sail the course. If you are disqualified, you must promptly leave the racing area. So that's evident, black flag. You must complete all penalties before finishing. If you are taking a penalty when you are finishing or after you have crossed the finishing line, you must take the penalty and then refinish, finish correctly, come to the course side of the course, like it would be also in the normal racing if you have a foul at the finish line, so then you need to take a penalty and then refinish properly that you are on the course side. When you broke a rule on an incident and caused an injury or serious damage, your penalty shall be to retire from the race according to this rule. And we discussed that rule, of course. There could be a hearing on Rule 14 as well, but that's the only one that is not covered by the umpire. We cannot penalize you for breaking Rule 14. Protest or request for redress before and after racing. It's an interesting part. It is a bit that Addendum Q wants to exclude because it would be just dragging off too long before the result is communicated to media. So a boat may be penalized before racing starts. What for? If it happens, the race committee will inform all other boats about this change of the score. So it could be a quarantine rule or something that is missing in the preparation for the medal race, and it could be a measurement issue or something. So somebody could start with the dragging some points. And why the other sailors should be informed about that course change is because they want to adjust their tactics for the last race of the event. And that point would make a difference in their calculations, who to cover, how to end up that final race. The intent is that all situations are decided on the water. However, you may protest or request redress. That's what I said. Even in a medal race, you may protest or request redress immediately after finishing for certain breaches or circumstances that you cannot protest while racing. Fine. Whether it will fly is another story. Such protests and requests for redress need not be in writing, so it's just verbal. You just inform the race committee before or while flag B is displayed. When the flag B is displayed, it is displayed for 2 minutes after the posting of the results from the race committee, both at the end of the race. The possibilities for requesting redress are you cannot request redress because of actions or non-actions by the umpire. So if umpire is on your way, tough luck. Race committee, the organizing committee, the technical committee, or the protest committee, no. The only possibility is giving redress or having given help for somebody in danger. That is possible because it's a very crowded area. So it could be. You cannot appeal a decision made by the umpires or the protest committee. You cannot ask for hearing to be reopened. So this is what it is. What is other rules they want to tell us? The penalty system in Appendix P does not apply, if we are aware of that. And in Rule 42, penalties imposed will be signaled by the umpires with a red flag. That's fine, we know that already. The penalty for breach of Rule 42 is 1 turn penalty, irrespective of the number of penalties the boat has been given in the event. So it does not count. So if you had 3 penalties in event before, in the qualifying part of the event, this would not ruin your result. It will just ruin your progress in the medal race itself, because you will be delayed by these penalties. But you still could win the race. I mean, the last Olympics in Rio, obviously, demonstrates that. I think it was in Nakra, right? Nakra still won even after penalty. A room to tack at an obstruction. When Rule 20.1 applies and you hail, you are required to make an arm signal. That's what we discussed before. And this is interesting. As soon as you have finished, check your finishing place with the race committee finishing board, because they will be listing everybody. If you think your finishing place is wrong, inform the race committee immediately. So you see, this is an implicit request for redress, because you can't argue about the scoring, but you can say, can you please look back to your scoring? And then the race committee can look back and say, sorry, I think you are right. So they can do such rather scoring inquiry that is implicitly actually allowed. You cannot request redress for this, but if the race committee realizes they made an error, they can correct it. If you don't inform the race committee immediately, but wait until after lowered flag B, that means the complaint time is over, it is much less likely that there will be time to check and correct a possible error. Even if you believe there is an error, you cannot request redress for this, whether or not on the water or ashore. What usually happens after medal race is finished, that the race committee is hanging there alone with that red flag flying and nobody's paying attention, everybody's celebrating and throwing each other into the water. So usually everything is hunky-dory. What I wanted to speak a little bit more about is also because medal racing is a race where you defend your final position, and when you will be concentrating of your direct opponents for the final ranking. And there it may happen that there is sort of match racing, so fighting between 2 boats that are contesting for a win or a medal or whatever position is important to them. Be aware that that's also in eye of the umpire, so they know that and they expect it. And even then, our procedure would allow a single umpire to dedicate to that match races couple. And sometimes medals are decided by the last 2 boats, especially London, you can maybe remember. Anyway, In the medal races where it's not Olympics, because when we have only one per nation, could be also crowded with other people of the same nation. So there is an eye on that as well. Of course, you are allowed to defend your own position and to fight your opponent directly and slow him down, but you are not allowed to deliberately break the rule and then control your opponent. For example, you cannot just cross the line, OCS, and ignore the signal, carry on, and then control your opponent. Also, it is very fashionable nowadays because that's deliberate breach of the rule, because if you are aware that you are over, you need to go and back and so on. There is also one fix in medal racing nowadays, very popular, is that umpires will inform you whether you are OCS and show you the X-ray flag. This also may be in the medal race sailing instructions. It may not be in the addendum Q itself. It is introduced, I don't know how it's going to be at this Olympics, but I remember we had a case in the World Cup. We used that on the request of the sailors. So we eliminate, after the boat rounds the top mark, it's obviously it's not going to go back and within 2 minutes or earlier to start correctly. So we then pull him out. We inform them you are out of the race. So if you are sailing against your opponent, that is to defend your position or fight it, the rule doesn't say that you have to be successful in that, because you may fail, of course. You may not be successful in your covering or whatever, but it should not have a relation to that somebody else is benefiting from your non-successful maneuvering. All right. So in the medal racing, when you have more people of the same nationality, this could be a point of suspicion. So there could be action of umpires on that behavior if it happens, but usually it does not happen. But this is just a main principle. So what my message is that if you deliberately break the rule in order to defend your tactics against your opponent that you won't win against overall or something, then you may expect a penalty from umpires for that. So you better be aware of deliberate breach of a rule. So if it is obvious, then take your penalty immediately, otherwise you may suffer more, and it's not worthwhile. Do we have any questions? Because I think I ended up my presentation on Q, unless you have some questions on that. We can also address any other question during the course. I think this is our last session, right? It's what? Yeah. Anything more from the audience? Elisa, not from okay. Any questions? No, I can't see any questions in the chat. So anybody wants to speak about anything? Welcome. Everybody content or disillusioned or non-content? Okay, something, Neven, thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Vasilia.
I would like to thank you on behalf of everybody. It was a very good presentation. Thank you very much. We really appreciated all your efforts.
Yeah, I think I owe you a little bit. Yeah, thank you. I'm grateful actually that I was given chance to test all this. It is a new circumstances nowadays with this Corona stuff. You can see I can have even Corona I need my hairdresser. It's a Corona hairstyle. And I really appreciate your cooperation and chance given. And I kind of apologize for the start of yesterday's, that I was not really on top of everything. But I hope that you benefit from something. Please do not hesitate if you have in the future anything to ask. I'm here for everybody of you. So for the Federation or you individually. So any sailor wants to talk, no problem, anytime. If I was helpful with any advice or detail, I'm a very happy person. And I'm content that I did it. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Hellenic Sailing Federation, we wanted to thank you very much, and we appreciate your effort and the good result of the seminar. Thank you, Neven.
Thank you very much, and I hope to see you on the race course somewhere very soon. We want this lockup end. I'm scratchy. I can't stay home. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a great season. I hope it starts soon for all of you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.